This conference will now be recorded.
As you come into the room, please put yourself on mute. Board members, if you're in the room, please make sure on your name it has CB3 at the end, please. Board members, please have QCB3 at the end so that you're identified. And board members, you should have received an email with the link to all of the documents for your virtual folder. So I hope you were able to access it. Were you able to access it, Megan, with no problem?
Yeah, I access it. It's fine.
Wonderful. So that's the new way that we're going to be doing things going forward.
A bit more laborious, but
Yes, you'll get used to it. Thank you very much.
the other way was a little faster.
Okay, whatever works. It's good.
I
Cool,
thought it was good.
All right, thank
The
you. And,
preview or download, it was pretty good for me.
all right, very good. So that's what you'll be doing for going. That'll be one of your tasks, Rosenbaum. Welcome, 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 everyone. We'll start a little bit after 7 o'clock. We'll open up with our roll call. You can find our agenda on the Queens Community Board number 3 website, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. So if you need the agenda for tonight. Again, board members, can you please put QCB3 at the end of your name so you're identified? And I like that hat, Mr. G. Hello, Mr. Chow. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yep.
Welcome, welcome. Come on in. As you come on in, please put yourself on mute. Okay. Keisha, are you on? I think I saw you come in. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Do you see her, Miss Reed? I want to give her. Where is she? As you come in, please put yourself on mute. As you come into the meeting, please put yourself on mute. Okay, so you will be muted. As you come into the meeting, please put yourself on mute. Keisha, are you in? Okay, Ms. Reed, you're gonna have to look for her. So I can't see it down here right now. Welcome, everyone. As you come into the meeting, please put yourself on mute. Board members, please identify yourself with the end of your name having QCB3. Thank you. Someone is not on. Thank you. All righty. All right. Welcome, everyone. My name is Renetta English. I'm Chair of Queens Community Board number 3. And I welcome you to our October meeting. You can find our agenda on our website, and you can find it on Twitter, and you can find it on Instagram. So before we begin, before we officially start our meeting, I just want to go through our agenda so you'll know how we do things here at Queens Community Board number 3. We do not have anyone here for public participation, but we do have public information, and we have 2 speakers. And that in public information, the public has an opportunity to speak or ask questions. We have 2 public hearings for our capital and expense budget and our business echo. Then we go into executive session. At that time, only board members have the opportunity to speak. So as the folks come into the room, I just wanted to just speak on this because last month we received some complaints from CB3 attendees at our meeting about the tone and some of the images that were displayed on the screen by attendees at our board meeting. Please note that Queens Community Board 3 meetings are informative and run professionally from our committee meetings to our monthly board meetings. So as board members, I just want to remind you, we're not going to argue, attack. We do not use profanity in our chat area or during our meetings. In addition, there should be no disturbing images that appear on the screen. If this behavior exhibited by members of the board, we'll speak after the meeting. If this type of behavior is exhibited by the public, they will be removed from the meeting because this type of behavior is definitely disruptive. Okay, we're here to respect each other. Many of you have different opinions on things, but we run our meeting professionally, all right? So again, if this behavior is exhibited, you will be removed from the meeting. If you have any questions, please post that in the chat. So there shouldn't be any back and forth and so on and so forth. It's not necessary. So again, the chat here is for questions, and as time permits, your question is posted, we will read it. All right, so Kevin is not here this month, our secretary. So one of our members, as all of our members do when we reach out and ask, I thank Mark Burmeister, who will be taking the votes. He'll be calling the roll call today. So again, I welcome you all. As you come into the meeting, please put yourself on mute or you will be muted. All right, so again, we're going to run our meeting respectfully. And if you have any questions, please put it in the chat. So Mark Burmeister, I turn it over to you. As you know, we open up our meeting by doing a roll call.
All right, thanks, Renetta. And Kevin asked me to ask all members of the board to be patient and kind, and if you're not, he said, or else. So I'll just leave it at that. And so we'll run attendance now. Let me know if you're here. Cam Blata, Ann Brown, Elba Bundia.
She's here. Elba, can you
Yes,
announce
I am here.
Okay, thank you. Mark Burmaster, that's me. I'm here. Vicky Chan.
Present.
Mr. Chowdhury.
I'm here.
Heiko Cornelissen. Shiv Doc. Tonya Davis Roberts.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Shiv Das is here. Tonya Davis Roberts. Michael De Valera. Vivian Doc.
Here.
Margaret Dozier.
Here.
There's a lot of background.
All right, thank you. Renetta English.
Excuse me, miss. You have to put Maura. Please put yourself on mute.
All right, Mr. Gandhi? Mr. Gideon?
I saw Mr.
Here.
Gandhi.
Okay, Mr. Gandhi is here. Mr. Gideon, was that you?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Peter Haran?
I'm here.
Lorinda Hooks? Mr. Howletter?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Wonderful. Kevin Hughes Naboa is absent. Joyce Julian?
Not here.
Edward Kiernan?
Here.
Thank you. Stephen Kulhanek?
Here.
Thank you. Marta Lebreton?
Here.
Thank you. Lisa Masulam?
Here.
Thank you, Lisa. Ralph Marino?
And we were quiet.
Excuse
Richard
me.
Mullings?
Put yourself.
Marco Munoz? Veronica Ing? Laverne Lemons?
Here.
Thank you, Laverne.
Here.
Nula,
Okay.
yeah, I got you, Laverne. Nula O'Doherty?
Present.
Thank you, Nula. Ladisla Perez? Dorothy Phelan? Megan Rockwell?
Here.
Thank you, Megan. Fausto Rodriguez? Jairo Rodriguez?
Oh, Leoncio was here. Leoncio was here. He had background noise.
Oh, okay. I hadn't called him yet,
I'm
but
sorry.
thank you.
All right.
No, that's
Okay.
fine. That makes it easier. Thank you. Tammy Rose?
Here.
Thank you, Tammy. Edmund Rosenbaum?
Here.
Thanks, Edmund. David Rosero? Lobsang Salaka? Don Sif?
Here.
Thank you, Don. Jimmy Smith?
He's here.
Thank you. Fahad Suleiman? Arlene?
I think you have some background noise.
Yeah.
Arthur,
Here.
I called Fahad Suleiman and Marlene Tapper. Are either of you here? Okay.
Not-
Frank Taylor?
Present.
Thanks, Frank. Arthur Tyler?
Arthur, announce yourself. Oh, he's here. He's right here.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Chanel Thomas Henry? Hamlet Wallace?
Here.
Thank you, Hamlet. Toy Washington Simon?
Present.
Thank you, Toy. Edwin Wesley? Okay, did any board member not hear me call your name? Did you join while I was doing attendance?
Ann Brown is here.
Michael Dibble.
Okay, thank you. And Michael De Valera, was that you?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anyone else?
Karen Villamar.
No, no, that's not one of the members.
All right, so of those that have been counted as present, we have 30, which is a quorum.
All right, very good. And just go through the names that did not announce themselves.
Okay, very good. So who I do not have present right now, I have Kam Blata, Heiko Cornelissen, Sonia Davis Roberts, Lorinda Hooks, Kevin Hughes Naboa, Joyce Julian, Ralph Marino, Richard Mullings, Marco Munoz, Veronica Ing, Ladisla Perez, Dorothy Phelan, Fausto Rodriguez, Jairo Rodriguez, David Rosero, Lobsang Salaka, Fahad Soleiman, Marlene Tapper, Chanel Thomas Henry, and Edwin Wesley.
Correct, and I thank you. So again, everyone, I just want to say this reminder. Last month, we received complaints about the tone of those that were attendees that were at the meeting. So we do not expect that to happen this month. If you have a question, you can post it in the chat and it will be read. There's a variety of opinions as folks have in our community, but we will not be arguing back and forth and carrying on in the chat area. If you are in the meeting and you are not one of the speakers, you keep yourself on mute unless you're called on. So those are the ground rules for the meeting, everyone. I welcome you. It's wonderful to see 146 people from East Elmhurst, Jackson Heights, and North Corona. If you don't know me, my name is Renetta English. I'm chair of one of the best boards in Queens, and I'm happy to be here or share the screen with some wonderful 50 other wonderful board members that are quite active in the community. So again, the agenda is posted on our website. Please visit our new website, which is beautiful. It's also on Twitter, it's on Instagram, and on Facebook. So we do not have any speakers for public participation, but we do have public information. And again, in the public information, you have the opportunity, the public, to ask questions, and you can do that in the chat. Questions, all right? So the first speaker for public information is Project STIQ, Supporting Teens in Queens. Is a speaker here?
Yes,
And where are
yes.
you, ma'am?
I'm sorry. Jessica Rivera?
Okay, so can you, oh, there you go. Sorry, that's good. There's 150
Okay.
people. I'm trying to look and see where you are. So go ahead. You can speak.
Hi. Oh, thank you. Can I screen share the presentation or should I just
Yes,
speak?
yes. We'll do that. You should see
Okay.
something pop up on your screen. Wait. Do you see
Okay.
something pop up on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And then you just need to click on the little screen with the X on it.
Okay.
Do you see that?
Yep. Can you see the presentation?
Not just yet.
About now? Not yet?
So let me take it back and do it again.
Okay.
So you see something pop up on your screen?
Not yet. Let's see. Oh wait, I see share. Let's see what
So share, and then you click on the little screen at the bottom. It says like it has a, at the bottom you see next to your camera, there's a little circle with the,
I see. Okay, let's see. Let me try this again. And then I have the share. I'm gonna share again. And then,
Very good.
thank
So
you
we
all for your patience. Yep.
see it. Go ahead.
Awesome. So thank you all again for inviting me to today's meeting. My name is Jessica Rivera. I'm the Director of Education at Planned Parenthood in New York. I'm currently overseeing a new program that we call Project 6, Supporting Teens in Queens. So Project 6 focuses on sexual and reproductive health education and also access to care to folks, youth, teens, parents, and providers who live or reside or have some type of relationship within Community District Number 3, which includes East Elmhurst, Jackson Heights, and North Corona. Project 6 provides free sexual reproductive health education programs to youth ages 11 through 17 or grades 7 through 10. We also provide workshops for parents and caregivers, and we also provide professional development for providers, whether they're in schools or CBOs. Again, all those services are free. For the youth component, we provide free evidence-based programs, and so those include some of them are Making Proud Choices, Be Proudly Responsible, and Project AIM, all focus not only on prevention but also on helping young people start thinking about decisions that they make may impact their future, and so how to negotiate, how to maintain healthy relationships is all part of the evidence-based package. We also provide office hours. Office hours is an opportunity for young people to come and check in with our educators, and this is an opportunity where they can get more resources, more information. Our educators can also connect them to appointments at our health centers or connect them to other services outside our centers. We provide referrals service, which is free, and we also have a youth advisory board that provides information and feedback on our program and also identifies gaps in the community that we may be able to help meet or collaborate with others in the community to help meet as well. In terms of parents and caregivers, we provide a four-part workshop series. The four-part workshop series covers information on how parents can communicate with their youth at home. This includes like having teachable moments. Oh, sorry. Teachable moments, sorry. We also provide incentives with both parents and youth workshops, in particular for youth workshops that we do in CBOs. Parents also get an incentive for being part of the workshop series, and sessions are provided for parents in both English and Spanish. And then for youth providers, we have a four-part professional development series. With this, the workshops are free for providers or providers in the community. We also provide credits for or hours for like social workers or folks who have chess licensing. And we also provide coaching support thereafter if you need additional support in like developing messaging or guiding principles around reproductive health at your site. And so in as Project Stick team, our commitment to the community is to provide free evidence-based programs to youth ages 11 to 17. We also have the Youth Advisory Board. We're also planning a youth summit for the spring, which we will open to the community. We provide parent and caregivers with educational support. We also provide professional development for providers with credits and also coaching support. We have the free referral services, community services, resources as well. We should be having a community resource guide soon, and so we'll be more than happy to share with folks here. And we also can provide networking opportunities. Our ask for partnership is that partners sign an MOU with support, recruit and help us engage with the youth that they're engaging with. Also engagement and enrollment support with parents, completing community assessments, and helping identify staff that can enroll in our professional development sessions. We have some upcoming open sessions, and this is, if you go to our website, projectstick.org, you can find more information. We have a one-day youth conference coming up November 11th, and that is youth who sign up get a $40 incentive. We also have a listening session for parents that also has an incentive. That session is happening November 18th from 6:30 to 7:30. And we have workshops coming up for parents both in English and Spanish in December, as well as professional development, which is happening in December, and the dates are noted there. Again, for more information or to register, you can always visit our webpage on www.projectstick.org. And then if you want more information, general information around Planned Parenthood, you can visit our website. Again, you can visit our webpage. We also have an IG page, Now You Know, where we post weekly, daily Instagram posts around reproductive health, information, and resources. And you can always email us as well for more information. And then I'll take questions now. I can stop sharing. And I can take questions. Or
Hello, how are
yes,
you?
I will drop in my hi.
Okay, Can you please put yourself on mute? Does anyone have any questions to our speaker? You can post it in the chat. So
I'm
can you
sharing
put,
my direct email.
very good, if you can ask, that was one of the questions.
Yes.
Any other questions for our speaker? And can you please make sure that if you have any information that you'd like us to share with the community, please send it to communityboard3@nyc.rr.com.
We have a few flyers that we're developing right now, and once we're done, we'll share them with you. Definitely. Thank you.
I really appreciate that. That's a great program.
Yes, and again, all the services are free for Community District 3 and adjacent communities as well. So if you want to share the information, feel free to do so. And again, to register, just go on our website or contact me directly, and I'll be more than happy to share the information with all of you.
Okay, very good.
Somebody, just a bit. We have open sessions that we already have scheduled, but if you want something scheduled on at your site, school or CBO, you can call me directly and we can talk about how we can go ahead and book sessions at your site.
Okay, very good. All righty.
Thank you all.
All right, have a good day or good evening.
Thank you. Yeah, good evening. Thank you.
All right, very good. All righty, so our next public information, and as I mentioned to you before, if you have any questions, you'll put it in the chat and we will keep account of that and to see, how many questions we can get to, but we're getting to as much as we can because we know folks are very excited to see this next presentation. So our next speaker will be DOT, 34th Avenue Open Streets. So who should I give the presentation ability to?
Hey, Renetta, it's John. You can give it to me and I'll put the presentation up.
Oh, wonderful. Welcome. And then we have, right? Okay, so let me make you the presenter.
Hello, John, Rabbit Rich.
Excuse me?
Hey, Rich.
No. Can you please see if you can bring up the presentation? Thank you.
Are people able to see this?
Yes, I could see it, so everyone could see it.
Okay.
All right, so go ahead.
Thank you, Renetta. Good evening, everybody. Jason Banner here, Deputy Borough Commissioner for the Department of Transportation here in Queens. I'm joined by Commissioner Nicole Garcia, Borough Planner John O'Neill, who will be running point on the presentation, and our Senior Project Manager, Jessica Kronstein. This meeting is a continuation of many meetings that we've been having with the board over the last year. And all the way back to 2018. It's the 34th Avenue proposal. We had met with the board's transportation committee on Monday. Many folks who are part of the committee are here this evening. We've made a lot of changes in an effort to further explain some of the features that are part of this proposal, which we aim to implement in 2022. I know we have a full agenda tonight, so I'm just going to kick it over to Jessica and join her and John for questions.
Thanks, Jason. Can everyone hear me all right? I'll assume yes. Okay.
Yep.
Great. So, John, next slide. So as many of you know, the DOT Open Streets program was launched last year as an emergency response to the pandemic. The goals were really to open up streets to people to sort of reimagine their streets, to give them space to get out of the house, and really socialize in ways that they hadn't been able to for a couple months at that point. Since then, we have the program is citywide. It's been overwhelmingly successful. We have 17.4 miles of open streets in the top 30 neighborhoods part hardest hit by COVID, 100 school open street partners, 20 city-supported and maintained open streets, and 109 unique miles of open streets over 2 years. And then you can see 34th Avenue is one of our most successful open streets. It's also one of our longest. Next slide. And so the existing conditions with the 34th Avenue Open Street is, so it operates every day, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And it stretches from 69th to Junction. And it's sort of bookended by 2 full closures at PS 149 and PS 398. Next slide. And so current operations look like this, right? So it's barricades at the entry point to each block, the vehicular entry point to each block. Where there are hydrants, we have planters so that folks can't sort of skirt around the barricades. And, you know, this very, very simple light touch setup has fostered all the activities that you see above, right? Everything from yoga to just community gathering to sort of strolling and exercising, as well as arrivals and dismissals for the schools across the corridor. Next slide. And then throughout, the corridor has been just super successfully programmed, right? So it's activated throughout the year, everything from pop-up libraries to, as I mentioned before, yoga. And, you know, you can see on the left the programming calendar that the 34th Avenue Open Streets Coalition sends every month to the community board. So it's all public. All of this programming is permitted through the Street Activity Permit Office. Next slide. And then I've already mentioned them, but the 34th Avenue Open Street Coalition has been our partner since the beginning, right? So they are a group of neighbors who applied to the program last spring when it first launched. And they have really fostered community on the corridor. They've gone above and beyond, moving barricades every day, rain or snow, and then continually going, sort of keeping an eye on everything throughout the course of the day. Next slide. And then, you know, they have been, because they were such active partners, they fostered a huge success, but they also started to get exhausted because, as you can imagine, that would be exhausting. And so over the summer, we brought maintenance and operation services through the citywide cleanup corps. So with our contract with the Hort, we provide barricade services, litter removal, horticultural services, and storm drain clearing. Next slide. And then also over the course of the year, we've seen really great safety impacts, right? So crashes with injuries are down, 43 in the 3-year average before, 43 crashes a year, crashes with injuries in the 3-year average before to 38 after. 3-year average before for pedestrian injuries was 11, it's down to 7. And then total injuries in the 3-year average before, it was 56 and after 43. And then total crashes are down from 153 in the 3-year average to 89 since last May. Next slide. And then, you know, we also have, as Jason noted, we've been here since 2018. So working with community members across the corridor, doing walkthroughs, meeting with all the schools, meeting with PTAs, through 2019, where we were developing a series of safety improvements for the corridor. And then, of course, in 2020, the pandemic hit. And all of that work was sort of put on pause. In May of that year, the 34th Avenue Open Street launched. And then, you know, throughout the fall of 2020, we were doing community outreach, including to elected officials and the community board on the future of open streets. And then in the winter, we started doing a more sort of pointed community outreach process, meeting with community members to listen and give information about what they would want to see in the future, hosting design workshops, and then coming back to the community board in June to report back on everything we've heard. And then since then, we've continued outreach with schools and PTAs, and we've continued collecting traffic data. Next slide. And so just as a reminder, we had over 2,000 people take the survey that we put out this past spring. 93% of the survey responses were local to Jackson Heights. Nearly a third, so 27% of the participants who took the survey listed 34th Avenue as the closest intersection to their home. And 90% of the participants say they live nearby, close in proximity to 34th Avenue. So the respondents were super local. Next slide. And they responded overwhelmingly that they would want to see permanent changes to make 34th Avenue a pedestrian and or cycling priority corridor. Next slide. And so in terms of design considerations, you know, we look at the transportation network. So everything from bus routes and ridership, right? This is a corridor that's very well served by public transportation. And then the traffic volume. So we took vehicle counts last September. And then we took pedestrian counts this past October. The counts noted here are from a Thursday. So they're from Thursday, October 7th. And you can see it's, you know, it's an incredibly well-used corridor by pedestrians, right? We saw over 900 pedestrians on the 92 to 93 block in the AM peak. And then that sort of varies across the corridor as you would expect it would, right? So, and throughout the day. So everywhere from 986 on the east side to 222 in the middle, back up to 720 during the AM peak. And what you see here also is that there are about 4 times the number of pedestrians using this corridor than cars. So really thinking about who we can best serve with the corridor. Sorry, John, you can go to the next slide. And then the other thing that we took into consideration was all of the access, right? I think one of the things that made this program and this particular corridor successful is that it expanded pedestrian prioritization, but people were still able to access their homes. They were still able to get pickup and drop off to their home as well as deliveries. And then, you know, you can also see across the corridor, the triangles are driveways, the plus signs are hydrants, and then there are circles marking where there's like school pickup, drop off, things like that. Next slide. And then the schools have also been both a major driver for safety improvements, but also great partners throughout the open street. So as I mentioned earlier, using the open streets for arrival and dismissal, for programming, things like that. Next slide. And so looking at the design, and looking at the whole corridor and based on all of those sort of inputs, we developed a set of project goals to ensure each block has at least the public space benefits it has today, make the street more engineered for local access and less reliant on French barricades, and add car-free spaces where appropriate, along with shared spaces that could be made car-free for events. And so, you know, so again, just to remind everybody of what the existing conditions are, right? We have barricades, we have planters, but the street is largely as it was. Next slide. And so we've developed a sort of palette of treatments. The first I'm going to talk through are diverters. And so this is a plan view looking at how they would sort of operate. Next slide. So we would sort of demarcate the edge with a granite block, as well as paint and markings and planters, but parking and delivery access would be maintained. We would maintain one barricade with open street signage at the sort of undiverted edge of opening to the street. And we would also shorten crossings with bump outs. Next slide. Bike operations would be maintained, right? So bike through movements can keep going. Cyclists can keep going. Next slide. North-south vehicular patterns are maintained, right? So you can go straight through, you can turn onto the corridor. Next slide. But east-west movements would be diverted off of the corridor after every block. And so this would be 24 hours a day. It would be all year round. We would be changing the geometry of the street so that through movements along the corridor for vehicles are no longer possible. Next slide. And so this is a diagram or a quick rendering of how this would look. And so you can see paint, markings, flexible delineators, signage, as well as granite blocks. Next slide. And then the other sort of set of treatments that we've worked through are plaza blocks and shared blocks. And so plaza blocks are in some ways sort of the most straightforward, right? This would be a fully pedestrianized street. So it would be demarcated again by markings and paint, as well as planters and granite blocks. The bike lane would be marked through the plaza block, but offset from the median by about 4 feet so that people could still access the median. You know, we've seen a lot of people really enjoying having expanded access to the median in a way that they hadn't been able to before. And we really want to accommodate that use. And the edges of the bike lane would also be marked with flexible delineators. On the south side, you can see the plaza block is paired with a shared block. And so the shared block, again, this is all markings and paint and gravel and planters. So it's all our in-house toolkit. But vehicular access is maintained, as well as parking and pickup and drop off. So next slide. So again, going through a little bit of what I just talked through. So the bike lane would be marked and delineated and to protect cyclists and pedestrians. We would have a 4-foot buffer between the bike lane and the median to maintain pedestrian access. Granite blocks would mark the edges, especially sort of at the entry points to the bike lane. Bump outs would shorten crossings, and then parking and delivery access would be maintained. The chicane encourages slow speeds on the shared space. Next slide. And so just a couple of sort of precedents so that you can imagine what this would look like. We'll show larger images in a moment, but on top you have an image of our 25th Street Plaza. So that's another instance where we have a school as the partner and the adjacent uses are residential. And the Flatiron shared street on the bottom. And again, the building in the background of that photo is a residential building, and the chicane sort of bends at their driveway. So it's another situation where we're maintaining access to their driveway and maintaining pickup drop off for a residential building. Next slide. And so again, looking at bike operations, right? So as I mentioned, bikes would have a protected bike lane, they would shift towards the median to allow for sort of to maximize the programmable space in the pedestrianized area. Next slide. North-south traffic would be maintained. Next slide. But again, east-west traffic would be diverted, and then you can see the chicane sort of diagrammed on the shared street, right? So that sort of wiggle is what encourages the 5 miles per hour. Next slide. And so again, looking at, what these would look like in real life. So this is a plaza I'm sure you're all deeply familiar with. This is Diversity before we reconstructed it capitally. And so you can see our toolkit here, right? It's epoxy gravel, it's movable furniture, umbrellas, and planters. Next slide. And then this is a larger image of 25th Street Plaza, and you can see Baruch is our partner on the right, and then the building on the left is residential. Next slide. And then shared street. So this is a slow street on University Place between 13th and 14th. You can see, again, this shows what our toolkit looks like. So it's epoxy gravel, markings, planters, and flexible delineators. But you can also see the slow movements of the cars. They're moving slow enough that there are folks that are comfortable walking right next to them. And you can see also that the expanded pedestrian space allows for other amenities like city bike and other amenities. Next slide. And then this is from the summer. So this is from the residential building at Flatiron. So someone in the residence was kindly very excited about how it was turning out while it was in process and took this picture and sent it over to us. But you can see how the chicane looks in real life from above. Next slide. And then from the ground, right? And again, this is from when it was in process, so the bike lane isn't painted yet, but you can see that parking is maintained, and you can see also the amenities that come with all of our public space, so movable furniture, umbrellas, planters, bike parking. And then you can also see that, while vehicles are allowed there, traffic is slow enough that cyclists feel comfortable cycling together, so socially cycling, right? So they're able to cycle slow enough that they are carrying on a conversation and in the middle of the street. Next slide. And so looking at how we've sort of laid these treatments out on the corridor. And so And so, as we mentioned, the schools have been great partners. So at PS 398, we would work with them to create a pedestrian space in front of their school to use as they have been for pickup drop-off, and for expanded sort of play space that is shared with that is paired with a shared street on the south side of the street, which both maintains parking as well as allows access to Bolorama's driveway. And then for the next 2 blocks, we have diverters. Next slide. With IS 230, and working with the school, we understand that they have some very specific accessibility needs, and so they need pickup drop off to their main building directly in front. So we've maintained that access, and we've also maintained the school loading zone that's in front, but we've expanded their play yard with another pedestrian space, with another plaza block on the north half of the block. And then by their annex, we also have another shared street, which again shortens crossing, slows cars as they're getting closer to the school, but also allows access to that mid-block driveway. Next slide. And then, where we've just seen a huge amount of programming and we've seen how successful and how really needed Travers Park is in the neighborhood, we're looking to expand on that. And so another plaza block at Travers paired with 3 shared blocks. So maintaining access to all 3 of the residential buildings that are adjacent to Travers, and we've aligned those sort of pickup drop-off spaces and the parking spaces to their main entryways, as well as maintaining access to the driveway at 79th Street. And then we have diverters at 80th and 81st. Slide. At PS 212, they haven't been as actively using the the open street, but they were really interested in safety improvements, and so shortening crossings, slowing traffic as it sort of goes by their school. And so we've worked to create a shared street. It maintains parking. It has sort of a mid-block pinch point that will slow traffic as it flows through the block. But it is still an operational street and maintains the sort of vehicular access that's there today. And then, you know, going through the 80s, what we've seen in the 80s largely is really the corridor being used more for strolling, more for exercise, more for sort of movement rather than programming. So next slide. And so this is where you really see a lot of the diverters, right? So it's pedestrian prioritization. So we're keeping vehicle movement slow, we're keeping vehicle access pretty limited, but people are still able to pick up, drop off in front of their homes. They're still able to get deliveries. They're still able to park. Next slide. And then of course on the 89th to 90th block, that is where there was the tragic fire. And so with that north half of the block blocked off for staging, any work there would be in the future, but the plan would be for those to also be diverters. And then again, sort of continuing that pedestrian prioritization through 92nd Street. Next slide. And then at PS 149, where they have been really using the open street for arrivals and dismissals and programming, we've worked to create another Plaza block, and that is also paired with a shared block on the south side, as well as a shared block as a real sort of gateway treatment to the corridor. So people know that as they are sort of entering from Junction, they are entering an open street, and it is slow moving, and it is sort of a different type of street. And then the other thing that we've heard is that we've seen a lot of backups as buses stop on Junction in front of the driveway for the grocery store. And so we're working with the MTA to shift that south on Junction. Next slide. And so next steps. So here we are in October presenting our design proposals to CB3. Next up is interagency coordination. You know, we work with MTA, FDNY, NYPD, and sanitation on all of our projects across the city. And so we always coordinate with them ahead of implementation. We make sure that we have their sign off and they're able to maintain their operations. And so once we've sort of honed our design with your feedback, we will coordinate with them and make sure it works for them as well. Fall, winter, again, we'll be incorporating your feedback and finalizing the design proposal. And then in spring of 2022, we'll implement the corridor improvements, monitor those improvements, and we'll continue to meet with people on the street. You know, Jason and John have done an amazing job throughout the course of the open street of really meeting people where they are, and I think we will continue to do that as we continue to sort of hone the design and think through what capital improvements might be.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so I think I don't know if anyone's going to refer to the presentation, but for now we'll take it off the screen. And what we'll do is Mark and I went through the list, and we're starting from the top down. I think we have over 50 people, but we'll see who we can get to as we go down the list, right, Mark? So again, the ground rules, he will call on you. You have a very short window to say, at least I know a minute is a long time, but we want to make sure this is one of the first opportunities that we know that folks have the opportunity to speak at our meeting and seeing the plan that's in place. And we thank DOT for coming. So Mark, you'll start from the top of the list down, and we'll see how far we can go, as we know we have a number of items that are on the agenda tonight. But go ahead, Mark.
Thanks. So I'll mention the first three people so you can be prepared for the next one, and do please keep your comments and questions brief. So first I have Gloria Contreras, and then Gersh Kunzman, and then Kosin. I don't have the last name, I don't think, but you are the first three that are up. So Gloria, you are first.
And you have 1 minute, all right? And then we need to give DOT the opportunity to respond. And DOT, please, Jason, please, short responses. Thank you. Go ahead. Gloria, are you there?
Oh, I see her speaking, but I think you're on
Hold
mute.
on. Yes. Okay.
So,
Hi, everyone. I know that Jason have asked this question to you several times, but I would still ask, is there any opportunity for a QR code so that people can be surveyed and give you really the entire community, not just those that you've gotten access to, because some don't have the ability to email you, contact you, and stuff like that because they may have, not a computer literate as everybody else. So a QR code with someone, they would be able to answer the questions.
Thank you for that, Gloria. Yeah, sorry,
No,
I thought it was right to me, so go for it, Jess, if you want to.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I think, Jason, this I think may be a question more for you, but we can work to incorporate QR codes into some of our signage and take people to the Open Streets website. But I'm not sure if that would necessarily lead them to direct contact information. Jason, do you have more to add?
Yeah, I think we got this question in the chat on Monday, and this is how I had interpreted it when we conducted this.
Come here, give me a hug and go put your.
Yeah, please unmute yourself. Please don't unmute yourself. Please put yourself on mute if you are not. The only person that's speaking right now is Jason. All right.
So when we conducted our survey, which yielded the response that Jessica had gone over, we did have a QR code associated with that. Like Jess said, I mean, we're always looking for opportunities to bolster out our outreach, and so we'll have that conversation behind the scenes as we move forward to look for other opportunities. Not only did we do the survey with the QR code, and that was online, we're out working with the coalition, talking to folks, promoting that survey too, and then in-person meetings too yielded a lot last year, up until this point. So I hope that provides a response to that question regarding the QR code. We're always looking for new ways to get in touch with folks.
All right, the second person, Mark.
Yeah, the second person, I think it was a mistake. That was Gersh Kunzman. He messaged me saying he didn't have a question. So next up is Kosin. I don't think I have a last name for you, but Kosin, are you there? And the person after Kosin is Noah. So Noah, maybe you can hop in and we can go back to Kosin.
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Noah. I represent 34 Compromise. I'm assuming you guys are hearing me, so I'm just going to continue. This question is for DOT primarily, John and Jason. My main question is, when will you have door-to-door data referring to a survey that is mailed to all the residents that live on the avenue and the cross streets as they are affected by this Open Streets program? And also, when are you going to be able to sit with 34 Compromise, who we represent over 2,000 people that signed the petition that need compromise as paying residents of the avenue? And we're also willing to sit down and talk with the coalition if they give us their time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so you have to respond, DOT, 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you.
Jason,
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, thank you for that question, Noah. Just so everybody knows, we've met a lot extensively with folks, with the compromise folks. I believe we met several times over the last year. We're always committed to continuing having conversations. about a lot of this. The question, started off with door-to-door outreach. I believe we've also had this conversation, Noah, before. If you want to connect us to folks that want to learn about this project, give some feedback to this. We're always open to doing that. One thing I've mentioned in the community board forum is potentially working with the community board to use their Rolodex to get information to folks about this project, and that might be something we may be able to do regarding the design. But I don't want to speak to the board, but we do want to use different ways to tap into folks here. If you're, and we've also had this conversation too. If you want to connect us to folks in your building and anybody else that's part of the group that you represents buildings, we want to do that too. And we've had multiple conversations about how to do that. Special thanks to some folks in this room who have connected us to their buildings and email listservs. That's something that we've been trying to do for a while as we met with folks in person. And we have had some successes with that, and we're looking forward to working with you and continuing on expanding that specific kind of outreach point there. When it comes to having a future meeting, we're like I said, we're always open to meeting. We like to give other folks the opportunity to meet too. I think we've met maybe about more than 2 times, and that's on top of countless conversations that we've also had with the compromise folks.
Okay.
So
thank you. Next question.
Yes.
We're trying to get as many as we can do. Come on, go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks, Renetta. So it's actually Kosin Rue. I found your last name, Mr. Rue.
Mr. Rue, are you there?
Or Ms. Rue. I'm actually not sure. Kosin Rue, are you available?
Rue, just apologize. My apologies. Okay, if they don't answer, move on to the next. We have too many people.
Alrighty. So the next 3 I'll mention. So we're ready. We have Kathy, no last name, followed by Ricardo Pacheco, and then Ron Evans. So Kathy, are you available to speak?
You spell her name.
If it's Kathy Farron, it's me.
It's only Kathy with no last name, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Kathy Farron.
Okay, probably was me. I sent my questions through, but it has to do with the third.
Go ahead.
Okay. Every year you have a new application submitted to the OS, am I correct? And if so, the community, meaning us, the people that live here on 34th Avenue, will we be given an opportunity to ask to have adjustments made? If you see the city opening up and this is not being used as much during certain times of the year, things like that, would we be able to have something to say about it? And the other thing is the American Disability Act. Are we still going to have the French barriers or whatever they're called? If they are going to be there, what about the handicap and the seniors who can't move them as easily? Those are my questions. Thank you.
You had 3 questions, so let's see if we can answer that quickly. Jason or John?
Only two.
Okay, go.
So,
First, ask
the 2
about the application process.
Would people get a chance to give their input moving forward, and accessibility, right? Those are sort of the 2 big, the 2 buckets.
And I think she asked about the time frame and then American with Disabilities.
Okay.
With the barricade.
So in terms of input, as I mentioned before, I think Jason and John have made themselves incredibly accessible throughout the open street, and have been willing to meet with anyone and everyone. I am glad to come with them. As we implement a street redesign, we would continue monitoring, and we would be continuing to do outreach and more surveying. And I think in terms of accessibility, our long-term goals are to move past the barricade. We understand that it's an imperfect solution, but I think, with things as they are, we would still want to maintain some barricade presence. And so we'll work with the diverters, and we'll assess sort of on an ongoing basis. I will also say, in speaking to our accessibility coordinator, our understanding is that the street is accessible. I don't know, Jason and John, do you have anything to add to that?
No, we're not gonna
No?
The last thing that I think she mentioned, the last question I think she said was the time. That was what you said, Kathy?
Time? No, there's nothing about time. It was just when the applications get applied for every year, I believe. We have to apply every year for this open street. It's not just a given. So I wanted to just know if we'd be able to be heard before they apply again, and let's make adjustments as we need, which I've asked in the past and have been ignored. So I just figured I'd bring it up again. Thank you.
And as the speaker said, Jason and John are there to hear what your comments. All right, Mark, let's move on to the next folks.
All right, great. So we have Ricardo Pacheco followed by Ron Evans.
So remember 1 minute, Ricardo. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I just want to piggyback on a couple of the other attendees here about the QR barcode or the code, and also about maybe perhaps a paper survey. In our cooperatives, we do have a lot of seniors that might not have access to even Wi-Fi. A lot of them don't even know what's happening on 34th Avenue, besides whatever we can gather and share with them. So my question is, or maybe the request is, can we have the QR code that's appropriate to our neighborhood, our open street, and also can we have a survey that it's a paper survey that we can actually hand out, and it can be mailed to you? Because I think it's important. I mean, we could talk about all these changes and shorten this and doing that, but unless we reach out to people and let them know what we're doing, I think that is the main problem here. If we can do that, at least a paper survey and a QR code for whoever has a smartphone, etc., and just listen to what we have to say, and just listen to the majority. You have 2,212 people that answer your survey. But when we were working with Compromise, we have over 2,000 people also that were not in agreement with what you were doing. So DOT, that is my question. Let's just sit down and talk and involve everyone, especially in our co-ops, where we have a lot of seniors that don't have access to computers or Wi-Fi. Thank you.
And I think the survey question was asked before, and I think your comment was heard by DOT. I don't know if they have anything else to add. I think the paper was not talked about before. Anything, Jason?
Yeah,
I mean, we met. I just wanted to comment on the several meetings that we had with Richard Pacheco and several tons of folks in the North buildings over the last year. Those were specifically held in an effort to address that concern through the winter meetings that we held almost a year ago to make sure we're getting to the heart of getting directly to folks that don't have the ability to use the QR code that we had with the survey and or access to the internet to utilize some of that stuff. So we're working to do our best. We're in touch with you via email, and I'm going to be getting in touch with you about a separate meeting tomorrow after your correspondence we received from you last week. So we're gonna continue to keep in touch as we always have over the last year plus. That's not a communication we're going to break down, especially as we embark into 2022.
Thank you, Jason. All right, go ahead, Mark. Who's next?
Great. So we have Ron Evans next, followed by Miggy Worms. Ron?
Hello. I live on 34th Avenue. I will try to make my points within 1 minute. Number one, I believe that although this was introduced as a COVID measure, it was really a foregone conclusion that this would be part of some polemical urban redesign that's far into this neighborhood to eliminate cars from the street. Number two, when confronted with the fact that residents were not involved in these decisions to close the street, we're told there were numerous hearings and conversations. I attended one of these hearings. It was not to listen to those that were opposing the closing of the street, but to get input on how to design it, not whether to do it, but how to do it. That's deceitful. Number three, open streets has brought noise, trash, excess activity, disturbing of the peace, as well as non-neighborhood people harassing and haranguing the people that live here who simply want to park their car, go shopping, etc. What is being done about this?
Okay, do we have a 1-minute response from DOT?
Yeah, I mean, so thank you. I would start with saying it was definitely not a foregone conclusion. The open street was very much an emergency response. There was interest in doing safety improvements on the corridor, but they would have looked very, very different prior to the pandemic. The pandemic has changed how the street is used. I would say we have done a huge amount of outreach. I think Jason and John have spent like more time on 34th Avenue than anywhere else in the city over the past year, listening to everyone and everyone.
All right.
And I
Okay.
think Jason and John, do you have anything to add?
No,
We had a question about maintenance. I just want to answer about maintenance because we've actually
you can address.
allocated a significant amount of maintenance resources. You know, for those of you folks that live, you know, on 34th or go to 34th, you would have seen the Cleanup Corps, the Horticultural Society. You know, that's funding that was directly injected onto 34th Avenue after the meetings that we had with you all here beginning last year in the winter time, moving forward into the springtime. We also worked with DSNY to make sure that the ASP services were happening regularly, because some of you folks might remember last year wasn't happening steadily. And that's stuff that we're going to continue to do as we move forward into next year.
All right, thank you, Jason. All right, go ahead, Mark.
All right, we have Miggy Worms followed by Valencia. I don't have a last name for you, Valencia, but first up we have Miggy Worms.
Miggy? Miggy? One more time, Miggy. All right, move on.
All right, Valencia, are you with us still?
Valencia? Valencia again? One more time, Valencia. All right, move on.
So next we have Nathan Chafee followed by Sharif Sadek. Nathan Chafee, are you with us?
I am. What question are you referring to? Because I got a lot of them.
I know. Whatever you like to ask in 1 minute.
In 1 minute, Nathan, please.
In 1 minute. Okay. It's a little unclear to me what these diversions are. It appears that in your renderings, they also include having the barriers, and I don't think that that's really true to what you're saying. So can you clarify what a diversion is and how it works and how it won't be a hindrance to vehicular traffic?
Sure. John, can you pull up the diverter slides? Sorry, it's easier for me to talk through pictures. So while John is pulling that up, so you're right. So in the rendering was done over a picture of existing conditions. So the diverter would not be where it is in that rendering. We do imagine, basically, if you imagine you're on the street, we imagine a barricade being sort of to your left. And so one would be maintained at the sort of unprotected entry to the street. And so then as you are, so go up 1 slide, 2 slides. Yeah. And so you can see in the diagram, right, people can turn onto the corridor, right? So the diverter is engineered so that it allows for turns onto the corridor. But if you go down one, east-west, but people are diverted off after a block. Does that answer your question?
Sounds like a recipe for a lot of circular driving.
All right.
Which would add more, pollution, time, frustration for drivers.
Okay. So she's
the idea is to keep the street local and maintain access that people need, right? So pick up, drop off, parking, things like that.
All right, thank you. So Mark?
Okay, we have Sharif Sadek followed by Ellen H. Sharif?
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I would like to thank the community board for the opportunity to speak. I am a cyclist and I try to ride my bike to work as much as possible. It's illegal for me to ride my bike on the sidewalk because it's dangerous to pedestrians. So I'm curious how someone came up with the idea of putting children, bikes, scooters, and mopeds on the same roadway. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. I actually don't ride my bike on 34th Avenue anymore because I don't want it on my conscience to hit an unsupervised child. There are many unsupervised children on 34th Avenue, even while riding at 5 miles per hour. That leaves 35th Avenue or Northern Boulevard, both of which are dangerous to me as a cyclist. The only time that I use 34th Avenue is when I come home in the middle of the day and there are no other pedestrians on the streets. That's when I get to use 34th Avenue. So it's close to cars, but there are no pedestrians. Furthermore, while vehicular traffic has been closed off to 34th Avenue, the cars didn't just disappear. They moved to 35th Avenue and Northern Boulevard, resulting in more air and sound pollution. So my second question is, why do these residents have to bear the brunt of that extra pollution, especially Northern Boulevard residents who tend to be low income and immigrants? Why are their needs ignored?
All right,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. No. Someone from
So the first question was pedestrian prioritization and sort of cyclist safety or pedestrian safety while in the street, while with shared spaces. So this is something that is done worldwide. We are not the first to do pedestrian prioritization or shared streets. And I think we've seen across the city, the safety numbers actually get better where we have open streets. We saw on 34th Avenue crashes go way down with the open streets, both for pedestrians and for vehicles. And then the traffic question, we are continuing to monitor traffic in the surrounding neighborhood. We have before counts for the surrounding corridors. And then in terms of equity and sort of which streets were used for what, part of that is patterns of use, and part of that is the nature of the streets. So Northern is a very different street than 34th Avenue, both in adjacencies, so and in sort of the sort of physical characteristics of the street, right? There's a lot more trees, there's it's narrower, it's more accessible in that way. And that was where we heard from the community that was where they wanted to see this type of treatment.
All right, thank you. Mark?
Okay, we have Ellen H followed by Siraj. Ellen H, are you there? I think I did see Ellen leave. So Siraj, are you with us? After Siraj, we have Piper Josephine. Oh wait, Siraj, are you there?
Siraj, are you here? Siraj? One more time, Siraj.
Okay, how about Piper Josephine? Followed by James Taylor, followed by Kama. So
Piper,
do we have?
Hi. Okay, go ahead, Piper.
Yes, hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, how are you going to be able to close this park, this linear park, after hours, like you would Washington Square Park or the High Line?
Do you have a question on the? I don't think there's a linear. They didn't talk about anything about a linear park. So, would you like to talk on their presentation?
Well, what is the plan for the corridor?
Okay.
Is the plan to become a 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
So we're not proposing a linear park. We have across the corridor 4 plaza blocks that are adjacent to schools and would be demarcated with granite blocks and planters and markings and gravel. The street is never closed, it's the right of way, so it is open 24 hours. And then with those plaza blocks, we've also identified shared blocks. And so there are 7 of those across the corridor. And so those would maintain vehicular access, but at a slower speed at 5 miles per hour. And then the rest of the corridor would be treated with diverters that maintain local access, right? So people can still get onto the corridor with their cars, they can still park, they can still deliver, they can still get picked up or dropped off to their homes. But they just can't sort of shoot through the corridor. They can't keep going. They're only able to be on the corridor for 1 block at a time.
So no barricades.
So we would work, so we are going to maintain barricades, 1 barricade. So we are working to decrease the number of barricades and decrease our reliance on barricades. And we'll see, we'll continue to monitor, and if we don't need barricades, then we'll remove them.
All right, next question.
Okay, we have James Taylor followed by comma. James Taylor?
James Taylor, are you there?
Yes, I am. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Great.
Good. And thank you both for taking the time to be here. I appreciate it. We shared a lot of emails. Obviously, there's a lot of frustration. There's a lot of seniors in my building. There's a lot of accessibility issues. What sort of communication is being done with Accessoride and other like partners? Because you say it's accessible, but so many of these drivers, they don't get out to move the barricades. Some say it is a contractual union issue. There's a lot of confusion, a lot of misinformation. And how can that be addressed? How can that be fixed with people that actually live on 34th Avenue?
Jason, do you wanna take this one? Because I know you've done a lot of work on this.
Yeah, so we have an accessibility coordinator at DOT who meets regularly, if not monthly, with Accessoride folks, and we've been talking with Accessoride folks since the inception of this program here. Anytime someone brings up an ADA issue, and if you, Mr. Taylor, have a neighbor that has an ADA issue, access issue, Accessoride issue, please let us know, because we're having individual conversations with our accessibility coordinator, with Accessoride, on getting folks from point A to point B. When it comes to the barrier issue and Accessoride drivers not wanting to, it has been a case-by-case basis, but overall the drivers are aware that they can, and many do relocate the barrier. There's a lot of times, or sometimes, and this is as a result of our monthly conversations with the Accessoride folks through our accessibility office, there's a conversation that's had between the driver and the individual, and sometimes the individual wants to be picked up at the corner. It's better for them. We actually got correspondence from somebody after last week's or Monday's meeting, somebody who was in a wheelchair, and their preference actually is to be picked up at the corner. They prefer that. They feel that the open street is something that is better for them, because before, and this is their explanation, not ours, before the open street existed, they felt that they were bullied by pedestrians on the sidewalk as a result of not having as much pedestrian space.
We're going to be very respectful for the person that's speaking, okay? Mark, who's next?
We have comma followed by Caroline Medina.
Comma, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Go ahead. Okay, great. My name's Kama Kassow. I'm a driver, and I want to note first that the community I have found on open streets has been instrumental in helping me heal from the trauma of losing someone I tried and failed to keep safe from COVID. It's been a lifeline for a long, difficult, and ongoing emotional journey. Getting to DOT's plans, as a driver, I'm unclear what, other than my goodwill, would prevent me or any other driver from driving several blocks on 34th Avenue. I think it would be a shame to lose what is currently a protected pedestrian space, albeit one with issues. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's your comment. It was not a question, but thank you for your comment, and I'm happy that you.
No, there was a question there.
What was your question?
The question was, what other than my goodwill would prevent me under this plan from driving several blocks on 34th Avenue?
Okay, so go ahead.
John, do you want to pull up the diverter slides again?
John? John or, okay, good.
Yeah, there you go. So, I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name. But what,
Kama.
Yeah,
Kama.
thank you. Sorry.
Kama, sorry.
So Kama, so if you are driving, you would be driving on the right-hand side of this photo. You would be met with the painted space, right? So you couldn't continue through because you would hit that corner. And so you would be forced to turn left. So geometrically, that is what would stop you from keeping moving. And that would be defined by, as I mentioned before, paint, markings, epoxy gravel, and flexible delineators.
Okay.
And I think we could also add in, if we thought it was necessary at certain points, planters as well.
All right, thank you. All right,
yeah.
Mark?
All right, so we have Caroline Medina followed by Megan Rockwell.
Caroline?
Hi, thank you for letting me give a question, comment. I'll keep it quick. I just want to say thank you for taking the step in the right direction to make the street just more accessible for all of us who live there. And my question is, what sort of work the DOT has done to look at health impacts for people in the neighborhood? Because as somebody who lives here, I've had less of an issue with asthma in the past year. I've lost a couple of pounds. My allergies have gotten better just from having that ability to go outside and walk and play and, outside with my kids and just have more of a chance to have physical fitness. So I'm just curious if anybody has taken a look at, I think there's just so many studies on the need for green space, the need for open space, and especially because we are a community of, a lot of people are lower income people of color. So I'm just curious how that's informed the decisions that you're all making. And just very, very quick aside, people have talked about the accessibility issue. I'm somebody who I have a degenerative eye condition. So I have some pretty severe issues with vision. And I just like to say having the open street available while I've dealt with those issues and days where I suffer from low vision has just really made a difference in my ability to be able to go outside. So that's just an aside, and thank you. But yeah, an answer to that question would be great.
Thank you.
Sure. So that is something that we're studying. So leading into the pandemic, we're doing a livability study on how streets sort of foster both mental health and physical health, and how more livable streets can do better at that, and how people sort of make decisions. The way that Open Streets has sort of expanded what the definition of a street is, has sort of expanded that study sort of exponentially. So we are working on reconfiguring that study now.
Thank you. Megan?
Megan Rockwell, followed by Bill.
Hi, good evening. Hi, I just wanted to follow up on your slide number 30, where you're showing on the shared block that the bikes are jogging down on the northern side of the shared block and then jogging back up. Can you please provide clarification on how the bikes are traveling on the south side of the street, and also what is being done to address the potential for collisions between pedestrians and cyclists when you're asking the cyclists to jog down in one intersection where the pedestrians will be walking straight and then jogging back up in the other intersection where the pedestrians would also be walking straight. This was a question I had posed to you earlier. So I see that you put the one line in, but I'm asking you about the line on the south side and also the pedestrian line. Thank you.
Sure. Honestly, we're still working out the details for how the bike lane would be marked on the shared portion. If you, John, do you want to go down a couple slides to the, to go to Flatiron? So here we have a marked bike lane. It's adjacent, it's green. It's adjacent to the street, to the vehicle path. We are working now on adding further delineation to that. But again, the traffic is very slow moving. So I think that is one option we're looking at, is marking a bike lane through the shared street. I think based on both your comments and other things that we've heard, I think some delineation is needed. And then looking at the Plaza blocks, John, do you want to go back up to the diagrams? So I think similar to our other how we sort of lead cyclists across intersections, we would include chevrons guiding them from the existing bike lane to the median side bike lane. And then we would also protect the edges of the pedestrian space with flexible delineators, along with the planters and the granite blocks. That's okay. What's in our toolkit across the city.
Okay, thank you. So next we have Bill Bruno, and then I'm sorry, was there anything else, Jessica?
No, go ahead, Bill Bruno.
No, I was just apologizing because my cat is being very loud.
Oh, okay. Oh. So we have Bill Bruno, and then I see we have Ellen H's question coming in also. So Bill Bruno first, and then Ellen H.
Hi, yeah. Let me just turn this on. Just very briefly, have you contemplated, for example, parking protected bike lanes or anything else that physically separates cyclists and mopeds from the pedestrians, or alternately, there's certain sort of plastic speed bumps you can use that wouldn't involve putting asphalt under the roads. Maybe they're not a capital project. And essentially, are you looking at any solid or separation of 2 wheels and 2 feet? All right, thank you.
We hadn't been looking at anything more than flexible delineators and marking. So just space-wise, we actually don't have the space to do a parking protected bike lane. We would need some buffer between the bike lane and the parking, and so we just can't accommodate it. But I take your point that it sounds like something that is wanted and needed is some more physical separation of cyclists from peds.
Okay, so the question from Ellen H, who was earlier in the list, is Jason, when will you be rescheduling the meeting with Terrace View that was canceled back in July?
Yeah, I believe, thank you, Ellen. I saw that question in the chat. Let's get in touch again. I think one of the reasons why that was scheduled was because of safety concerns. I just want to remind folks the health and safety of our colleagues here is very important, so just like yourselves as well. We love doing this work, but when it becomes unsafe, we need to pull back. So feel free to get back in touch with us. You have our email. We look forward to rescheduling something. I apologize for that last time. There's a lot going on, you all know, out here, but we apologize for that too. So feel free to get in touch.
All right, thank you. So next we have, so that was Bill that just was earlier. Okay, sorry. There's many people on my list. I have Maria next. I don't have a last name for you, Maria. And then After Maria, I have Julia Passoff-Silber. Maria, are you with us?
Maria?
And okay, so Julia Passoff-Silber, are you with us?
Julia? Okay, move on.
And then I have Lynn, and Lynn, I don't know how to say your last name. Maniaci?
Yeah.
Okay, Lynn, are you with us? Followed by Shelley Brevda.
Lynn? Please unmute yourself. Are you here? I think, is that you unmuted?
I'll do Len a favor because Len hit me up in the chat. He has an issue with getting access to the chat, and his question was about the other modes of transportation. It came up on Monday too, specifically e-bikes, scooters, you know, who have been flouting the 5 mile per hour rule. So this project helps to really kind of corral down areas where we can focus enforcement down. That plaza block, shared block space are areas where we're going to be looking to work with PD to kind of hone down some of our enforcement and educational opportunities. We did a variety of them over the last year, and we look forward to doing them again.
I'm sorry, Jason, for interrupting you, but Len, did you want to speak? I see you're posting in the chat. Or there's something wrong with your mic? All right, so go ahead, Jason. Sorry, because I wanted to give him the opportunity. We want to give as many people the opportunity to speak, and
yeah,
I thought it was.
Yeah, that was my question.
All right, so it's about
it was specifically about
okay.
Yeah, the motor.
Gotcha. Okay, go ahead, Shelley Brevda.
Shelley, are you with us?
Shelley, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, you can speak now. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I live on 35th Avenue, and I will tell you from personal experience, the asthma, I'm asthmatic, I'm disabled, I'm elderly, is so much worse. I would like to know when we're getting the data on the traffic impact studies and the environmental studies for all of the avenues in Jackson Heights. That's 35th, 34th, Northern, 32nd. Thank you.
So once we've taken into consideration all the input that we're getting here tonight, we will perform a more full traffic study that contemplates also Northern and 35th.
Thank you.
Okay.
And environmental. And environmental.
Okay.
All right.
Traffic study, but I can get back to you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mark.
All right. So we have Debbie DeGrau, followed by Henry May.
Debbie?
Yes, hi, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak for a minute. The only question I have, Jason and John and Jessica, is observing all the other open streets, or many of the other open streets in Queens, we noticed that during the colder months of the year, when the days are shorter and it's colder and there's snow, specifically in Astoria, they shorten the hours of their open streets. So they're not specifically, through 7, 8 o'clock at night. When it's dark out, it kind of retracts back to more like 5 o'clock. So like 9 to 5 kind of thing. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, we're happy to keep monitoring, but what we've seen across the year is that the street is really well used all day long. And we actually just expanded the hours from 8 a.m. to 7 a.m. Because we were just seeing such high use.
Right, but I'm
7 a.m. to 8 p.m. But I got you, Debbie. Abby, so you know, just to provide some context, right? And when we talk about successes, one of the reasons why 34th is success is because of volunteer capacity. When it comes to 31, the one that you've seen in Astoria, 39th Avenue, which is getting redesigned as we all have this meeting right now, after being an open street last year. Every street is different, and every street which has an open street on it has very different capacity as well. Also, the transportation network is very different. So you know, it's very hard to compare. It's apples to oranges. But you know, when it comes to 34th Avenue, you know, we've had the support here to manage this, as Jess said. You know, and from the numbers that we've shared, the numbers on the street pedestrian wise are quite high when if you compare them to 31 to 39 as well.
All right, next question, Mark.
Yeah, we have Henry May, followed by Karen Delaware.
Henry, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Hey, so I just want to say that I'm a lifelong resident of Jackson Heights. I used to go to school, 2 schools along 34th Avenue, and I just want to say, as a former student here in the neighborhood, and as someone who grew up here in the neighborhood, I just want to say I would have loved to have a pedestrian space and green space and dedicated cyclist space so that I could get to school safely. And I am a supporter of creating a linear park on 34th Avenue. And one of the bullet points of the petition is to maximize the green space possible. And my main critique with what you guys are proposing, at least right now for an interim design, is that the blocks between 83rd Street and 93rd Streets are really lacking in any plaza or shared blocks. So my question is DOT considering adding any of these pedestrianized street treatments in between those 10 blocks? Because 10 blocks is a pretty big gap without you know, any design upgrades. And also, I just want to say thank you so much to everyone at DOT. I really respect what all of you guys go through a lot.
All right, so response from DOT.
Yeah, thanks. What a thoughtful question. So the design is really responding to how the open street is being used, and the blocks between the blocks in the 80s really haven't been used as heavily for programming. We wanted to treat every block, or we wanted to respond to how people are using every block. I don't think that precludes revisiting in the future. And so I think if we start to see a lot more programming in the 80s, if we start to see a lot more uses that really sort of that require pedestrianization rather than the more sort of circulation and exercise oriented uses that we've been seeing on those blocks, then we would be happy to reconsider.
Next question.
Okay, so next question, sorry, it's actually Karen Villamar. That is a autocorrect situation. It's not Karen Delaware, it's Karen Villamar, followed by Luz Marcato. Karen, are you with us? All right, doesn't seem so. So Luz, are you with us now?
Say their name again.
Luz Mercado. All right. Next we have Carlos Cortez, followed by Marilyn Rogers. Carlos, are you available?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Carlos.
Yeah, I just have a couple of comments first, and then I'll ask my question. I think everyone should understand that, you know, the staff from DOT are, you know, they charged with carrying out the policies of Mayor de Blasio to eliminate car usage. So that's why you see all of these designs and, you know, on 34th Avenue, because they have to enforce these policies. They have to follow up on them and apply them. I'm the president of the Southridge Cooperative Section 4, which is on 34th Avenue and Junction Boulevard and goes to Northern and from Junction to 94th Street. We have 240 apartments. In April, I myself conducted a survey. I was able to reach 187 apartments, and 185 people signed a petition opposing the status of the at that time the design of the open streets. That's 99% of the people that I reached were against this. So my question is, why doesn't DOT, they have their own data, and I'm sure that with my statistics, probably they don't believe what I say, in the same way that the data that they have gathered has been collected by people that are self-interested in their own data, which is, as I understand it from the presentation on Monday, it was done by, for example, the pedestrian data collection was done by the Cleaning Corps, which is actually the coalition. So my question is, why doesn't DOT actually hire an unbiased group to do data collection and present it to the residents in a factual way, transparent way, so that we can trust the information? Because frankly, with all of the discussions and meetings that, and I have to commend, Jason, and I know that he held a couple of meetings in public, but despite all of that, the misleading statements have lost all credibility. So I really urge the DOT staff to get somebody that's unbiased to do data collection.
Thank
Sure.
you.
I do want to clarify, the Cleanup Corps is not the 34th Avenue Open Street Coalition. The Cleanup Corps is, we have a contract with the Horticultural Society of New York. They did a huge amount of hiring over the summer to bring on new paid employees who have taken on maintenance and operations for the open street. And so they did the spot checks this past October. We are collecting more data. We're heading into the holiday embargo season. So we're collecting more data now, and then we'll probably collect more in the spring. We'll have to see how those numbers look and if they are reliable as we're sort of heading into the holiday season.
All right, next question, Mark.
Yes, so Luz Mocardo messaged me in the chat. She's available now. So I'm going back to her and then followed by Marilyn Rogers. Luz, are you there?
Mark, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, now you can hear me. Thank goodness. All right. So first I want to say hi, Jason. How are you? Wanted to thank you for the plan you and your team put together. But for us, this is only the first step. The open street is overwhelmingly popular and people are voting with their feet and their usage. And you know that the numbers prove it. Not everyone at this time can sit through a CB meeting. So not everyone is here. So with that said, Jason, I would like to know when you and your team can meet with the Linear Park people. Also, for the compromise people, we sent over an invitation back in June to meet with you guys, and we still haven't heard back from you. So we're still interested in meeting with you. Just give us a call or reach out to us.
All right, thank you. A response from DOT?
Like I said, we're dropping the new design here, which continues the conversation. So feel free to get in touch with us again so we can have these discussions, because we love to, meet with folks, walk them through this to further inform the design. We have a lot of time to get some feedback before moving forward with a redesign in next year. So please get in touch. Everyone here, I believe, knows how to find us, because many folks email us daily, if not call us too. So get back on those chains. You know where to find us, everybody. So please, thank you for your comment, though, Luz.
All right, thanks, Jason. So we have Marilyn Rogers now. Sorry about that,
Yes.
Marilyn. You're with us now.
Hi, thank you. I have 3 points. One is I'd like to know what people can do who oppose the open streets permanency, that only want to see it seasonally. The other thing is, how could any of this have gone through to the point that you make a plan without open public hearings? Okay. And the third thing is, what plan did the city have, if they did this, about expanding public transportation before they close a main artery that connects Grand Central and the BQE? That's what 34th Avenue does. And it's really horrendous that you have the ability to close it off, number one, to traffic, and number two, to bicyclists, because people jog and walk in the bike lanes now. And then they force the bikers into the middle. We have motorcycles that whiz by. We have mopeds, we have electric scooters, all of this. Diverters are not going to stop that. We have cars that go around barriers, okay? And those planters didn't do anything. In fact, they make it harder for pedestrians to get out of the way. Thank you.
Response from DOT?
Sorry, can you just maybe clarify your question? There's a lot in there.
Okay, do you have one question that you, out of all what you said, that you would like answered? Okay.
All right. So next we have Ash, followed
One
by...
second. So there's nothing that people who oppose this can do?
Okay, that's
no, okay, great. So yeah, I mean, so I think one, we are here to hear you now. I think we've been hearing you for the last year, but I think we just have seen huge and overwhelming popularity of the open street as it is operating, and the hours that it is operating. I'd add that in terms of public fora, we held multiple workshops last spring and summer, and we used all of that input to develop the plan that we just put forward tonight. I think we view this as another route to get input on the plan that we have proposed.
I also just want to remind everybody, the City Council passed legislation earlier this year to mandate this program. On top of that, Community Education Council 30, just this past Monday, we had a discussion about this resolution 155, where Mr. Chowdhury has schooled up on the resolution 155. All schools, so for folks who don't know what a Community Education Council is, it's a representation of parents and administrators who serve your kids and children in the schools. They passed the resolution overwhelmingly to support this plan, to give their children more space. Approximately 8,800 kids go to the schools along the corridor. They provided us with those numbers, and they represent the schools and the children that use this street. So not only did we see a legislative support from legislators that folks potentially who might have voted for. Councilmember Drum has been a huge proponent of the Open Streets program and this plan. He's been a big supporter since about 12 years ago when he talked about expanding open space. A lot of this, has been discussed over the years, and Jess had went over in the presentation since 2018. We've been conducting meetings on this over the last year or two. We've met with the community boards in this forum 11 times. And that's not on top of other conversations that we've had too. So.
Thank you, Jason. Next question.
Yes, we have Ash, followed by Sarah Balistieri. Ash?
Ash, are you there? Ash, one more time.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so we have Sarah Balistieri, followed by Julie Nyman. Sarah?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to ask some questions. I am a resident on 92nd Street and a shareholder in Southridge. I welcome any of my Southridge neighbors to come talk to me about why I support a linear park on 34th Avenue. I think something I'm observing is that there's a common theme in the questions and feedback that we're hearing, which is that the street is incredibly popular and a lot of different people want to use it, including pedestrians, school children, cyclists, scooters, exercisers, Zumba classes, and vehicles. And I think that you've addressed some of how those different uses will get divided and how the space will be protected, but something that hasn't specifically been talked about is whether you're considering any other traffic calming features like I think they're called rumble strips or speed bumps or signage that will ensure that the type of usage will be protected for each specific block. And, you know, I also want to just point out that the different blocks can have a different design. We're not talking about a singular design for all 26 blocks. So, yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sure, those are all great suggestions. Signage would certainly be part of the plan. We can look into speed bumps as well. And then rumble strips, those are typically in bike lanes, and so especially through the pedestrian spaces, we would probably put rumble strips in the bike lanes to keep cyclists at sort of a slower speed.
All right, very good. Mark?
Okay, so we have Julie Nyman followed by Ian McDermott. Julie?
Hi there, this is Julie. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi. Thank you very much to the DOT for thinking through a very tricky plan. It's hard to, I know all these issues are tricky to deal with, and I appreciate your efforts. I have some questions just about the details of your plan, and then a safety question. For the detailing of your plan, I see at the end, one of your calming measures is sort of a little triangle at the end of each block with a big boulder on it. We live in a beautiful historic neighborhood. I would love to see something other than a boulder. I don't know what you have available, but I think something a little bit more in keeping with our urban landscape, which is nearing its 100-year-old mark now for a lot of the buildings, would be great. I also wonder if any of your materials that you're using in your new infills could potentially help with stormwater infill and like reducing impermeable surfaces. I feel like every taxpayer dollar we have to spend now on capital projects must be thoughtful when it comes to climate change. And the last thing I have was something you've heard a lot. I feel like people don't understand the rules of the road, and they don't understand who has which rules. Like, what rules do pedestrians have to follow? What rules do drivers have to follow? And what rules do e-bikes or regular bikes have to follow? It would be great if you could include some signage on this new project to explain that. It would be great if you could do, and honestly, not just for this particular project, but for citywide. Everywhere you go, I feel like I don't know who's allowed to make right on red. I don't know everything. So thank you very much.
Yes. So DOT, can you give a 1-minute response, please?
Yeah. So those are all great suggestions. Also, so in terms of environmentally sort of more impactful materials, so this will be all done in in-house materials. So we're pretty limited in terms of what we have. So we have paint and gravel and markings. The gravel, I will say, does reflect light, so it does impact the sort of heat island effect. But all of the sort of more porous, more permeable pavers would have to be done in a capital project. And so that would be further down the line, and we can certainly consider those when we get to that point. I would also say our interim toolkit also includes planters, but again, not the same as sort of a bioswale. In terms of more sort of historically tasteful elements than a granite block, we're happy to work with you on what those could be. We, again, have a limited toolkit internally, but we can work with you on what other options are out there in the world and see what we can do. Again, we have a pretty limited toolkit, so right now it's granite blocks and planters, but we're always open to suggestions, and we're always open to expanding the toolkit.
We have a few more questions. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes,
and then
so now we have.
I'm sorry. No. Go ahead. Sorry. Finish your statement. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say signage would certainly be included, and we can also look to include stamps on the street itself to help delineate and mark out where people can be, similar to like the arrows or like school messages that you would see.
All right, very good. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, great. So we have 4 more questions in the queue. And we have Ian McDermott followed by Damaris Feliciano. Ian?
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thanks to everyone organizing the meeting, and many thanks to DOT for all your work on this plan. So I'm a supporter of the linear park, and my question is the DOT able to provide any data or any kind of reporting on the efficacy of the diverters to prevent car traffic? And I ask by way of an example that, you know, I've recently been riding my bike on 34th Avenue with my daughter and a group of her friends to school, and she goes to PS 222. And the thought occurred to me as we were riding just yesterday, you know, with it, that what would prevent a lot more cars from being on the street during the hours when kids are going to school, or really any time when a group of kids might want to, you know, take a scooter ride or a bike ride down the avenue. And I just also wanted to point out the detail that even though, you know, my daughter goes to school at CS 222 on 37th Avenue, 34th Avenue is a really vital corridor for us to get to school, as opposed to going down a really crowded 37th Avenue. So again, thanks a lot, and I appreciate your response.
Thanks. So diverters are used, so we have some diverters that we've used in the city. I don't know that we have a study that we can cite that would point to the impacts of a diverter. They are also used internationally to divert traffic and maintain pedestrian prioritization. So we're looking at all of those precedents when we make this design. And then I think the things that are really keeping a car from sort of moving through are all the things that we've noted before. So planters, granite blocks, epoxy gravel, markings, all of the things that are part of our sort of streetscape already that people are familiar with.
Okay, Mark.
So next we have Damaris Feliciano.
Hi, good evening. This is Damaris. It seems that from hearing this whole meeting go on, it seems like there is no consideration for a compromise. It's not like we're opposing open streets altogether, but we're looking for a compromise and for the residents to at least be heard. You hear many of the residents speak and tell you that we communicate with other residents on 34th Avenue, those who actually live on the avenue. And we have concerns and we oppose some things. And when they are brought up, you ask us to clarify, or you say or question it. When anything else is brought up to from others to that are pro everything that's going on or asking for a linear park, there's a conversation. So is there an opportunity? Could there be a compromise, or this is just already set in stone and you're entertaining us tonight?
I mean, I don't think it's set in stone, but I also think that the proposal that we have is responding to how the street is being used and is responding to yeah, how people are using the street now, and really all of the surveying we've done and all the outreach that we've done, it's responding to what we've heard people want. Yeah, I mean, and I do think.
But we're speaking, you're not hearing us. I mean, you're just hearing us. You're not listening to what we're actually saying.
Hey, Damaris. So you know, we feel that this redesign that we're proposing really strikes a good balance with what we've been hearing over the last year plus, and what we're gonna continue to speak to folks about as we move forward. You know, when it comes to what the street was before, it was a street that was only for vehicles, and now, you know, it's a street, and we learned that it's become a popular street for for pedestrians, but it also does include vehicular access for folks who live in the community, folks such as yourselves who live on 34th. So that balance really is something that's at the heart of this proposal. And as we move forward into next year, we look forward to working with you and other folks on refining it more to make it safer in an effort to build on a lot of the great things that we saw over the last year plus.
All right, thank you, Jason. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so we have Ondine Crispin, followed by Christine Furlong. Ondine?
Dean?
I see you on my screen.
See the person there?
Yeah, but muted. So Christine Furlong?
Christine?
Yeah. Hi.
Okay.
Thank you. I didn't know I signed up to speak, but I did want to say that as a co-founder of Make Clean Safer, that happened here in Jackson Heights, along with Laura Newman and a bunch of other neighborhood parents. I'm really glad that everybody's paying attention to traffic safety right now. And there's no denying that it is much safer for the 9,000, 6,000 school kids on that avenue. And the kids that we're not talking about who are also going to Louis Armstrong and PS 92 and all the way across to like 89 that are using that corridor. People are talking about trash and debris, but they're not remembering the crash debris that was everywhere. On 81st Street, constantly cars were smashing into each other. A bus stop on 82nd Street was driven into on the sidewalk. A man lost his legs on the sidewalk right around there too. We are much safer this way. And I've been to many community board meetings for many years. People are being heard. This meeting would be over. DOT would have this plan in set in stone, but people are being heard. And the fact is that the data, the environment, the community response all supports what's happening.
You have a question?
So, I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful. My question is, and Jason knows, but many don't, I think that like those schools that are in the neighborhood need to be involved in safety programs. And this evening myself, I don't let my own 12-year-old son bike by himself to IS 230. I bike with him. And this evening, I saw a child no more than 3 on a scooter go right into a car that was turning onto 75th Street. And if that car wasn't in front of this kid, he would have been in the intersection of 75th Street. And the parents were 100 feet away. And that's maybe one example of one case of bad parenting. But our children, our middle schools, our elementary schools need a component of traffic safety in their schools, the PTAs and the SLTs. Do you have plans to incorporate the open street into the curriculum for these kids?
Right, thank you.
I mean, we are doing
Yeah,
outreach.
Christina, let's
Jason, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, just speaking to, yeah, sorry to let's get in touch. You emailed us a couple weeks ago, and we've been in conversation via email. Looking forward to learning a little bit more about following your direction to connect us with these schools in the surrounding area. So let's get in touch tomorrow going forward about that, because that's something that we're interested in after the discussion with the Safety Education Commissioner not too long ago.
All right, go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, so we have John Leonard and Jane Banzoni next. John Leonard, are you there?
Hi, I didn't expect to speak, but I just had been posting a few questions in the chat.
Okay.
One of them is about residential parking permits. I understand the state needs to be involved. Just wondering if the folks who have cars would be interested in pushing that, because I think it would alleviate some anxiety about losing parking spaces. And then I guess another question is I still don't understand if the barricades, if they're going to be there or if they're not going to be there. And I don't really, in the plan rendering, it still looks like people can drive through. So I wonder if that, like, if it's truly blocking a car from driving through or not. The boulevard, I mean.
Yeah. Jason, do you want to take the first question and I can take the second?
I think the question he posed to his neighbors, though, he mentioned the residential parking permit,
No,
which is
I can
something.
clarify. Did you involve that in any discussions with your stakeholders?
So the agency can't really push forward a residential parking permit plan because that's something that we need state authority for. I believe we've had that conversation in the past. I think, if how I was understanding your question was is that you were posing it to your neighbors to develop an advocacy strategy to compel your state legislators to introduce that program.
No, I think that's what he wanted to know. If you had
Okay,
it.
yeah, and then, all right, we'll pass on that. I guess with the diverters,
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So on the barricade question, we would be decreasing the number of barricades and then monitoring to see if we still need them. So we would be maintaining one barricade in the intersection. Right now there would be two. And so where there's the diverter, we wouldn't need the barricade. There would be and then the diverters themselves in terms of blocking through movements. So they stretch into and across the vehicular path, and then they are paired with bump outs on the corners that sort of mimic that turn. So you are forced to make the left or right turn, depending on the.
Thank you. Right, next
All right.
question.
All right, so I think we have 3 more questions. Jane Banzoni, followed by Abel Torres, followed by Vicky Chance. So Jane. Jane, are you there? All right, so Abel Torres, are you with us?
Yes, hi. Question for Jessica and question for Jason. One is on the technical issue. This is more for Jessica. When can we have the actual data, the actual traffic engineers, design engineers, come to present the traffic studies that you guys are collecting data with? As an engineer, I can tell you that designing a project without having the data and the design studies ahead of time is a problem. And this is what the community is concerned. So when can we do that? And who are the people within DOT, the designers and the engineers, the traffic flow engineers, who are working on this project? And for the administrative project management question, Jason, why don't we take a pilot approach to this diverters implementation? If we haven't done it in New York City, wouldn't it make sense to do this one block at a time, give it a test pilot thing? Because at the end of the day, and Street Blocks had an article that talked about what if it doesn't work, people would just go around. And we already know capacity is an issue from what you said. This is mandated by the city. But what is your exit strategy if it doesn't work? So please, those 2 questions. Thank you.
Sure. So in terms of traffic engineers, I will still be presenting any sort of traffic study, but we do have a team of traffic engineers at the DOT, and I will be working closely with them on it. And then in terms of the design and whether or not it works, I mean, I think, both Jason and John, the Queen's office is always here. I work for the public space unit. We also sort of never walk away. And so we would continue to be here. We would continue to monitor, and we can make modifications as needed.
Can we get the traffic engineers to present to us at CB3?
I mean, again, I will work with the traffic engineers, but I would be presenting.
Yeah, but we want to ask questions to them.
I mean, I can.
Well, she's given you an answer. You have the answer. Okay.
All right. So our final question goes to Vicky Chan. Vicky?
Thank you, Mark. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yes,
Yeah,
we
we
can.
can hear you.
Oh.
We can hear you, Vicky. Hold on for a second.
Hello?
Vicky, we can hear
Sorry.
you.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
For a second, I thought I was speaking to myself. Sorry.
No, we can hear you.
So good evening, all.
We can hear you.
I'm gonna try to keep this as short as possible because I know that it's been a very long night. But a common response theme I've been hearing from the DOT is that, hey, you know, we are hearing from you now and have been hearing from you for a very long time. But I just want you to be mindful that this quote unquote you, at this moment, there's about 154 participants, right? So let's just be mindful that there's not everyone who have the luxury of sitting in front of a community board meeting, which is why that door-to-door survey and data is very much needed. Aside from that, I have two questions. My first question is, once the dividers are implemented, will there be some sort of outreach to residents to inform them of the change and the regulations around the dividers? If so, how would this be done? Will it be through signage? Will it be through posters? You know, some kind of door-to-door
Vicky, I'm going to ask you
notification?
to pause. I'm going to ask you to pause for a moment because there is an echo when you speak. Jessica, are you able to understand Vicky's question?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
we'll take it one at a time.
yeah. Yeah. So thank you, Vicky. So yes. Ahead of every project, we do flyer and we do what we call our "What's Happening Here" flyer, where it depicts the changes that are going to come, and then and we would flyer, you know, along the corridor and probably on adjacent corridors as well. And then in terms of new regulations and new signage, we would be using all standard DOT signage and language, so it should be accessible to road users. We don't have sort of new materials in the project.
I'm sorry. I just noticed that I was in a huge echo. I'm sorry for that, guys. But I did have this very last question I was always curious about, and I never understood. Um, you know, I understand the DOT receives funding to roll out this project. Now, what about the coalition that you guys work with to maintain the 34th Avenue? Do they receive some kind of, or any kind of, any funding delegated to them in order to maintain 34th Avenue? This is something that I've always never had a clear clarification on.
Yeah, so starting this summer, we took over the maintenance and operations responsibility. So we hired through the cleanup corps a whole set of people who move the barricades every day, who do the litter removal, who do the horticultural care, who clear the storm drains and things like that. And so that part of the sort of partnership is no longer on the 34th Avenue Open Street Coalition. They have turned their sights more on programming and things like that, and keeping the street sort of well used and well loved.
Just to have a clear understanding, oh, I'm sorry, just to have a clear understanding, Jessica. So the cleanup corp, is that what you mentioned? Is the one who is receiving the funding to run to maintain 34th Avenue?
Yeah, so we have so the cleanup corps So they do receive funding. They have a contract with us, and they maintain and operate a number of open streets around the city now.
Okay. All right, Mark. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you. So there are a few people that had been in the list. I don't see them in the room anymore, but I'll just call on them in case, you know, just out of fairness. So there was James McIntyre, Les Kez, Rebecca. I don't have a last name. I'm sorry. And then there was a Kathleen. I see there are a couple of Kathleens in the room, so maybe you are here.
I think it's me.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Kathleen, go ahead.
I had a few questions.
Yeah.
I don't know. Coming back from somewhere.
Kathleen, just one question, please. The most pressing question that you have, or two questions.
Well, really, so my children attend school in Sunnyside, and their bus this year used to always go on 34th Avenue, and it was great. And we've had to kind of refigure it, especially last year. And now this year, the kids were arriving an hour and a half late to school in the morning. And we've had the bus driver unofficially just take 35th Avenue. We talked to other parents at other bus stops to move up that avenue. The kids are still arriving more than half the week late to school. So I'm wondering if you've talked to OPT and talked to them about how this has impacted their bus routes, because our children are missing breakfast. They're missing their first period of class routinely because of the street closure. We've been doing this for 5 years, and this wasn't like this before. The difference in this year is the street closure. That's the most pressing. And then security and emergency vehicles getting through, snow getting cleaned with this proposition makes me concerned. I see the emergency vehicles kind of going all over the place, blaring horns, can't get through. So for me, as a resident on 34th Avenue, that's a huge concern for the safety of the residents that live in the buildings, and not just the buildings here, also on 35th. If a fire truck has to get through and they can't get through, that's another concern.
Okay, so two questions, ODP and safety vehicles.
Thanks. So, on the school bus routes, we're actually in the process of reaching out to OPT to coordinate with them and make sure that they still can maintain their routes, both with the design, and I guess now we will also include the ongoing open street operations. And then on emergency vehicles, we always work with our fellow agencies, FDNY, NYPD, sanitation. We always coordinate with them to make sure that they can still maintain their operations. So we work with FDNY. We model their largest truck in the fleet to make sure that it can make all of the turns. And NYPD is always giving us their input. And sanitation, as you note, those necessary services need to be maintained, both street sweeping, snow clearance, and litter removal. So we also have regular meetings with sanitation about our project.
So they've reviewed the plan. They'll be involved in the plan and how the streets will stay clean and safe for folks.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
And OPT just got brought in. Just to clarify, OPT was you just started communicating with OPT about the impact of open streets? Because when I called, they were completely unaware of the street closure.
All right, thank you.
Jason here, I can take that, Jess. No, we talk with OPT quite regularly. I mean, you know, from what we understand, busing for children at the beginning of this year, last year, and the previous year has always been a challenge. The open street's been here for a full school semester. OPT has been aware of the open street since it was instituted last year. So, but you know, with that said, there are you know,
no. Okay, Jason, please.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. So we're in the process, though. Jess said, you know, of continuing those meetings with OPT, but also having individual conversations with schools in the area as well. And so, you know, when we introduced the open street, a lot of our sister agencies, OPT included, needed to make adjustments for the new traffic patterns, of course, and acclimation still is continuing to happen. From what we also understand, OPT has had a lot of challenges over the last several years as well, and so we look forward to continue working with them on refining their pickup and drop off processes, but also maintaining the open street here on 34th, because the school community here in Jackson Heights really believes in these treatments that we're working to deliver next year.
All right, thank you, Jason. All right, Mark?
I think that's it.
All right, Reed?
Giovanna Reed, District Manager. Thank you, DOT, Jason, John, Nicole, for making this presentation before our full board. It's greatly appreciated. I'm hoping that with the information provided this evening, the residents of our community have a better sense of what's happening. I just have a question for DOT. I'm hoping that you have taken note of some of the concerns that have been registered this evening. One of them being that the NORC in our district is asking for a written survey, so door to door, people who live on 34th Avenue, that they be consulted, because many calls I get, people said that no one has reached out to them. So I'm hoping that you will agree to do further outreach. Not everyone has access to computers and so forth. We'd be more than happy to work with you in regard to doing the outreach. With that, I thank you again for attending tonight's meeting.
All right. Again, I'd like to thank the residents that came on out and the ones that had comments. As the community board, it was always come to DOT, where's the plan, where's the plan? They brought a plan here tonight, and there has been a variety of positives, negatives, whatever it may be, but we wanted everyone to be heard. And as everyone is saying, they're looking forward to a compromise. So again, thank you, DOT. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, John. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. And thank you, Mr. Mark, for fielding these questions. But please, everyone, we still have more board business to continue it. So please stay on the meeting. So now we're going into our public hearings. And the first committee that's up, Ms. Elba Buendia and Reverend Peter Haran, our FY 2023 capital and expense budget. And if you can bring that up on the screen, please, Keisha, that would be appreciated so they can go through it. Are you there, Keisha?
Okay.
Is she there, or should I bring it up?
Please bring it up, Renata.
Okay, let me, I'll be a second. And board members, you have it in your packet. I'm going to bring it up in a second. So you have two documents. You have the capital and expense document, and then you also have the changes. So which one do you want me to bring up first, Reverend Haran and Elba? I'll bring this up
Well,
first.
no, we're not bringing up the budget right now. We're asking the audience if they want to add anything to.
Okay, so let me let the chairs go. Go ahead, chairs.
Right.
And I'll bring it up now. Go ahead.
Good night, everyone.
Reverend, you want to do your capital first, or you want me to do mine?
I'll do the capital first.
And can you just
Okay.
put your mic a little closer to your mouth, Reverend Haran, please?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
A little better, but go ahead.
Good night, everyone. I'm Reverend Peter Heron. Myself with the co-chair, Elba Buendia, is going to be looking at this the capital expense budget. As you look over, if there's anything that you would like to have added to the budget for the fiscal year 2023, please, anyone from the board or from the gallery, please do so now. Please share with us now if you would like to have anything added to the fiscal year 2023 capital budget.
And the capital budget priorities.
priorities, prayerful budget priorities.
Pastor,
Yes.
yeah, this is Richard Mullings.
Well, Richard, I know that we're going to go into session, but you can make your comment now, but we're going to go into session later.
Okay, I was just looking at this and I was thinking we should include, since that we live in a transit desert, we should have like MTA machines, like vending machines in select areas in our district.
Okay, so that's something that I will put down and we can discuss it.
Well, I know we have something here, number 16, related to MTA, but okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Is anything in the chat, Mark? I can't see the chat.
I stepped away.
I'm sorry.
Renata, it's Marta. Can I ask something?
Okay.
Yes, Martha.
Okay, I noticed that number 40 was put as accomplishments, the lights along Roosevelt from 69 to 114. Was that confirmed by DOT? Because I'm having an issue where some of the lights, the arms going onto the sidewalk have been removed.
Okay, so Marta.
And so I think we need to either go back to DOT and find out, is it complete along the entire stretch where our sidewalks are lit? Because I don't think that should be removed. Or if it's removed, have somebody follow up with DOT as to what's missing along the corridor.
All right, so Reverend Haran has something to say. Go ahead, Reverend Haran.
Right now we're just looking for things to be added, and we can discuss that when we go into executive.
Okay.
Okay,
That's
thank
fine.
you. Thank you, Marta. Anyone else?
I see a question from Andrew Sokoloff-Diaz.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes.
Remember, we're adding items, and if we have questions, we'll go into executive session. But
as we discussed in the last meeting with the police and all this stuff, 73rd Street, I have to add. I request you board to add the lighting in the 73rd Street, because this has become very dangerous to ladies and kids to walk the evening also. There's no lighting and it's dark, and the people get in this situation, as we all know, we need to protect the kids and women. Okay. Please add lighting on 73rd Street.
73rd Street and what's the cross?
37th Avenue to Broadway. 37th Avenue to Broadway.
37th Avenue and Broadway.
Yeah,
to Broadway.
37th Avenue and Broadway.
Okay, thank you.
Please, thank you.
Someone else, you said, Reverend Haran, want to say something?
Was there someone else?
Yeah, Andrew Sokoloff-Diaz has a question.
Yes.
Okay.
Andrew?
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, my initial question was about how much community input goes into the priorities of this list, but to respond to adding items here, I just want to make sure that renovations to 90th Playground behind PS 148 is still on this list. I can't really scroll through from my screen, but we had requested, as well as through the Tenants Association, to add 90th Playground 90 it's called.
All right, so we'll jot that down. Okay, and we'll confirm. Sorry, go ahead, Chair.
Is there anyone else? If there's nothing for the Capitol, is there anything for the, I'm going to turn it over to Elba to do the expense budget. Yes, Elba.
Good evening. My name is Elba Buendia. I'm with Reverend Peter Heron. I'm the co-chair of Capital and Expense Budget. And here we are going to be looking at the budget. We have a, I would like you to take, take a look and see if anything you can add, any suggestion, so we could work on it. Go slowly. Okay. Anything of interest for anybody there?
The report is online, I believe, yeah, on our website. Correct, Edmund? Correct me if I'm wrong, Edmund.
It should be there. I saw it in the folder.
No, but it's not what's on our folder, but we'll make sure it's on our website.
Who's doing the scrolling? Who's doing the?
I'm doing it. I'm
sharing?
sorry. I'm sorry. What would you like me to do?
No, I would just want to go back. I just want to go back to ask the questions, and if anybody has something to add, if anything, if nothing, then we would like to have a, a motion or something.
No, we're gonna do that in executive session.
Okay.
Yeah, and Andrew Sokoloff-Diaz did ask another question. Andrew, if you want to pose it to the group.
This will be on the capital or on the budget?
Expense.
We're on the expense right now, so we're. So what is your question, Andrew Sokoloff?
Thank you. I mean, it's more along the lines about reprioritizing the list with community input. I think it's really concerning that asking for more police hires in this day and age with things that are going on is one of the priorities, top 3 priorities of this community board. So I just wanted to know what community input goes into this on behalf of the board itself.
Well, and I'll answer that question, person. We had our committee meeting where we invite the public to participate, and they have the opportunity to participate in our reprioritization. So we had that. And if anyone has any questions or any other input tonight, they could add that also. Thank you.
There's a question from Megan Rockwell.
Go ahead, oh yes, Megan has some, yeah, make your comments now, Megan, and then go ahead. Only adding or correction, okay?
Yeah, can I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
That number about hiring a police officer, we actually gave priority. We moved it up to 4. It was 9 before. It was number 9. I would gave priority and put it on 4 to hire a new police officer.
Okay, thank you, Elbow. Go ahead, Megan Rockwell. Is this a ad, Megan?
Yes, correct.
Okay, good.
Good evening. I'm the representative of Community Board 3 on the Queens Solid Waste Advisory Board, which we're going to be talking about in a little bit. And so as the expense, on the expense budget, I wanted to propose that we add that we ask the city to expand funding to bring curbside composting citywide, including specifically to our area, as we are one of the areas in Queens that is not eligible for curbside composting. And I think that's a shame, and I think that's something that we should let the city know that we deserve access to, just like the rest of Queens that does have access to it.
Okay.
That's my comment on the expense budget. On the capital budget, This is just more of a matter of correction. I believe we had discussed moving that MTA ADA compliance request. It's moved up on here, but I think we had discussed moving it to number 6 or number 7 rather than number 16. So that's my other point.
Okay, so chairs, can you note that, please?
Well, which one, Megan, which one?
This is for the capital MTA. She said that.
Oh, no, that's
up to like further up.
That Reverend Heron.
Yeah, Reverend Heron. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I believe we discussed moving it to 6 or 7, so above the individual traffic studies and center mall beautification. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Reverend Haran?
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
All right, so we'll discuss any changes or moving around movement in our executive session, excuse me. So are there any other new items from the community that you would like us to add to our priority list? And yes, we
And
different, Edmund.
yeah.
Okay.
There's no more changes, no more additions. I mean, sorry, no more additions to.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rosenbaum. Thank you, chairs.
You're welcome.
Rosenbaum.
I'm here. Good evening.
That's your board shirt or some other kind of shirt? That's just
Some other shirt.
Oh, good. That's all right.
Similar color. Try to keep with the theme. Community board blue. Community board blue. Okay. So tonight we have 6 wine, beer, cider, and liquor license applications before us. First applicant is Legends Tavern JH Corp., 7104 35th Avenue in Jackson Heights. This is an application for a full liquor license. To my knowledge, all of the applicants are present. At least last I checked.
So do you want them to? Can you unmute yourself? Is that?
No, that's not.
Call their name.
This is Legend Tavern JH Corp. I did see them online.
Is that the person that has their mic? You see the person where their mic is?
Oh, Iro's mic is open.
That the J? He has a J there.
That's Iro.
Oh, there you go. Is that you there, MBC?
Legends was here earlier. I see Legends Tavern JH Corp in the
I
chat.
see it also.
Can you please unmute yourself?
Hello.
Okay, go ahead.
That's Iro.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, Iro. I'll put you on mute. JH Corp. You have the opportunity to speak.
Oh, we're gonna have to move on.
Okay.
Next applicant is King Food Group LLC, 8114 North Boulevard in Jackson Heights. This is an application for a new full liquor license.
Yes, how you doing? Present.
Okay. We don't see you, but I hear you.
Sorry, I'm trying to turn on the webcam.
I think we have the limit amount of cameras. Oh, no, there we go. It's good.
Good. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so just give us a brief presentation.
Yes, how you doing? Good evening to everybody. So my name is Ramon. I'm one of the partners for King Food Group LLC. We're located at 8114 Northern Boulevard, and we are finally opening our restaurant. We went through this whole process last year. Unfortunately, when we were about to do the grand opening, we hit COVID, and therefore our application expired. So we are keeping the same Latin restaurant theme that we had approved from you guys last year. And we keeping similar hours, live music, Latin fusion food. We are asking for a full liquor license. We have stipulated that we're not opening for lunch at the moment. We want to stick to maybe just dinner, opening at 4 p.m. And hopefully we can get approval for live music on the weekends. But nothing really has changed from last year's application that, like I said, it got approved, but due to COVID, we never were able to open. And here we go a year later trying to make this happen.
I was muted. I forgot to mention that before, we'll have a brief number of questions. And if you would like to ask a question, you need to make a request in the chat. Does anyone have any questions? Going once, going twice.
Yeah, that's me. I have a question.
Okay, Ira.
When they mention live music, what they talking about?
Our live music, it's gonna consist of like maybe a salsa band, perhaps a DJ on a weekends. Like I said, we were gonna do like a Latin fusion. So
Nightclub.
yes, that.
A nightclub, yes.
No, it's not a nightclub. We will not have a dance floor. That's not the business model that we're trying to run. This is going to be just a restaurant. So we're not going to have a dance floor. We're not going to become the type of restaurant that at 10 o'clock we remove all the tables in the center so people can dance. That's not the business model that we have.
Yeah, no. The question that I am asking because I live around the corner and the neighborhood is start getting rowdy at night and things like that, and noisy.
Understood. I think our theme is going to be more likely like Queensboro, where people can enjoy dinner and just have live music, but no dancing. At least we're not going to make space for people to dance. Obviously customers, sometimes they get up from their tables and they dance right next to the table, but hopefully that does not happen as often.
Right. Okay, no. I'm talking about because the concert, the music's loud around there. There's all neighborhood right there. Living behind you is a buildings, right?
Yeah, that is correct. We have a residential building. That's correct.
No, that's okay. That's my question. Okay.
Again, remember, if anyone else has a question. Okay, no one else?
I have a question. What are the hours?
The hours are going to be 4 p.m. to 2 a.m., I believe, during the week. And then during the weekend is going to be from 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. We have stipulated that we will stop serving alcohol 1 hour before closing. And for Sundays, we're planning to have a brunch from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. Kind of what the businesses, the business hours run in Northern Boulevard.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have a question. Yeah, I have a question. Yeah, are these business owners, are they installing any type of noise mitigation or sound dampening materials for the neighborhood for their bar?
So yeah, so right now, obviously, we want to protect the neighborhood, and the residential building behind us. Therefore, we have designed the floor plan so that the kitchen is towards the back of the building, to obviously help mitigate that noise. Other than that, we don't have any tenants above us because the building where we in is a one-story building. There's no residential above us or next to us. We are next to a supermarket and a Thai food place. So that's kind of our way of mitigating the noise. We have added soundproof insulation, and we're gonna plan to close our kitchen around 11 o'clock for heavy dinners and then just finger foods after this, to avoid any noise to our neighbors being done by the kitchen staff.
Well, I was including some more of the music, not the kitchen staff. I was including more towards the music. Is that also?
We can provide a sound analysis if you like. Right in front of us, there is Mojito, and then there's Bocaito. Those are the two restaurants that are literally right in front of us. We're right in front of also the fire department, right on 82nd and Northern Boulevard. So we feel pretty comfortable that our noise won't go above any of the surrounding places, but we can provide a sound analysis if you like.
Okay, thank you. That was the 3 questions, so we're going to move on to the next applicant. We're going to thank you very much. Take it up in executive session. We're going to backtrack because I see Legends Tavern JH Corp is here.
Yes, hi, how are you? Good evening.
Good, okay. So just give us a brief presentation.
My name is Zacharias Navarrete. We're planning on taking over the Legends. Well, it was Legends Bar and Grill. And me and my partner, Eric, who is not here, we just want to take over, the same, and keep the same, community bar. It is a community bar, and see what happens, see if it works.
Okay.
Any questions for full liquor license?
Yeah. Ya está. Yeah.
A lot of people have open microphones right now. Okay, are there any questions?
I have a question.
Yes, Frank.
What kind of experience do you have, since I just said, well, you're gonna let things ride or whatever. What kind of experience do you have running a bar, sir?
In a bar business, I'll be honest, none at all. I had 2 restaurants in the city back in the days in downtown Soho. So that's business-wise, only restaurant, but bar, it's gonna be the first time.
Okay, is there anyone else? Anyone else with a question? Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, going 3 times. We're going to take it up in executive session. Thank you. Next applicant, Mr. Cangrejo Corp. 8317 Northern Boulevard, Jackson Heights. This is an application for a full liquor license. I see the representative.
Can you hear us?
The applicant here. Okay.
Yes. Can you hear us? Yes, I'm Frank Novaveco, the representative for the restaurant. Okay, I'm the representative of Mr. Cangrejo. My name is John. Here are my mother, Nympha, and my sister, Anna. So we are applying for the full liquor license because we are a Colombian Pacific Coast style seafood restaurant, and because our type of seafood most of the times needs cocktails.
to be able to enjoy it to the full experience. We in the application made it to 2 a.m. because in special occasions we want to be able to use the place for parties, birthday parties for the family because we are a family restaurant. Also live the like having music and everything there. Will be more typical to our a type of region from Colombia that is we use like folklore mainly in our music, and that will be all for us. And we hope like getting this liquor license could really help us to for the people that tend to eat our food, they'll enjoy better the food, and also for us to be able to make the full experience for our customers.
John, if I may, can I just basic information?
I have a question.
1 second. 1 second, Alba.
Okay.
Hi, guys. I'm the representative for the liquor license application, Frank Nolaveco. Just the basics. The opening time is 11 a.m., closing 2 a.m. It's a family-style restaurant. It's 1,600 square feet as far as the seating area, the bar area, the kitchen. It's on the ground level. Contains 23 tables with 46 seats. Has 12 stools at the bar. The family has a second restaurant, also Mr. Cangrejo, on Roosevelt Avenue. They opened that in 2015. And that's all I have.
Okay, Alba.
That was actually my question. If they were somehow related, the restaurant on 79 and Roosevelt.
Correct. Same family, same owners.
Okay. And very good food too.
Anyone else?
Okay, no, that's it.
Okay, Alba. Anyone else have a question? Going once, going twice. Last chance to ask a question. Okay, thank you. We're going to take it up in executive session.
Thank you.
Next applicant is Mariscos El Submarino Corp., 8805 Roosevelt Avenue in Jackson Heights. Application for a full liquor license.
Hello, my name is Amy Hernandez, and I'm the owner for Mariscos El Submarino, and we are applying for a full liquor license. We are a Mexican seafood place. Our hours would be from 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. Every day. The kitchen will be open at all hours. So our capacity is 19 with 3 employees.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? I'm just going to point out that I don't eat seafood, but it's public knowledge. This restaurant was featured in the New York Times.
Yes, we did come out in the New York Times.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Edmund? I didn't hear any of that.
The restaurant was featured in the dining section of the New York Times yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Anyone else? Anyone have any questions? Okay, no one has any questions. Okay. So we'll take it up in executive session. So you can mute yourself again. Thank you. Next applicant will be Peachy's Bar Restaurant Corp., doing business as Calypso Bar Restaurant, 8015 Northern Boulevard in Jackson Heights. Application for a full liquor license. me look and see if they're here. Yes, they are online.
Ira, you should put yourself on mute.
Just have to turn on your microphone.
No, I put it on because I want to say something about.
Okay, but not yet.
But not now. Soon.
All right.
Pause now. Don't have the microphone on.
Edmund, do you know their name? Can you call their name?
It's Karen Villamar. She turned the camera on. But she has to turn on the microphone. There's no sound.
He's muted.
Yeah, she is on mute. You would have to unmute for the microphone. Oh, she logged off, so we might come back then. So we'll move on now. Keep it moving. Kali Ahi Con Sabor Restaurant Corp. 9815 Astoria Boulevard, East Elmhurst, a new wine, beer, and cider license application.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, good evening. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we're going back now. We're going back to Pitchy's Bar Restaurant.
Yep. All right, I'm on standby.
Yeah, but now we're into pause.
Hi, how are you? My name is Karen Villamar.
Welcome.
My restaurant name is Pitchy's Bar. That's an Italian restaurant, and my schedule is 12 p.m. and 2 in the morning, 2 a.m. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So I'm very happy to offer the food for very rich and the high quality meal. And thank you for having us the community.
Okay, do we have any questions? I know Jairo has something to say.
Yes. Yes, I have something to say. In the last meeting they were discussing that because they had the restaurant right there close to the school system. If that was the reason that they're gonna deny the liquor license, that means they had to close the Queensboro restaurant in the corner because it's a liquor license across the street from the school, and then around the corner is Coyote. Then what is the point to these people? Is okay. They serving food. They want to have a liquor license. Why they don't allow to? I mean, I don't see the reason or the school around there to say no, or it's something else that happened there before. Whatever happened before was before. But I don't think that is. I agree for that license. I agree to get the license. Hello.
Hello. But Karen has a lot of background noise, so.
Yeah. Okay. Did you hear what I say?
Yes, we did.
Okay. That means
somehow I put myself on mute. Okay, is there anyone else? Anyone else have any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, Vicky?
Did this used to be Lenos? Is it the same owner, just name change, or it's a brand new establishment?
Edmund?
I can answer. Okay, it used to be Lenos. It's a different owner.
Oh, new owner. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Other questions? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Okay, we're going to take it up in executive session. Thank you. Next up, keep it moving. Back to Kali Ahi Consabor Restaurant Corp. and Mr. Mavaleko also.
Yes. So Kali Ahi Consabor, it's a 900 square foot facility. It has 6 tables with 20 seats, a Colombian style menu. I know Arlie Murillo, the owner, he's online with us tonight.
Good evening, everybody.
That was Arlie. He's located at 98-15 Astoria Boulevard in East Elmhurst. And that's what I have.
Okay, does the applicant have anything to add?
Sure, my name is Ali Murillo. I've been working the restaurant field for like 30 years. This is the first time I applied for a beer wine license. It's a pretty good neighborhood. You know, I like it to keep it that way. My hours want to be from 8 to 10. Normally, we always close 9 o'clock. I just put it 8 to 10 because by the time we clean, stuff like that, you know. But I just want to see everything's going really nice, smooth, and you guys can give me the hand there.
Okay, does anyone have any questions?
Okay, this restaurant is right across the street from Trade Fair.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good Colombian restaurant.
It's a good place. It's a decent place.
Thank you.
Yeah, I go over there to get my fish. They have a good mojarra.
Yes, yes.
And actually, I think somebody there is from husband town, I think. I don't know, from Chocó, Buenaventura, whatever. But
Yeah,
they have sabor.
That's me.
It's good. It's good.
All right, thank you.
We heard from Elba, we heard from Jairo. Does anyone have any questions? Anything else? Okay.
They get good food and they get good service and they very honest people.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
And if it helps, Arlie is the brother of Mr. Cangrejo, Ninfa, the owner.
Oh, wow.
Big family.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you. We're going to take all this up in executive session because it already is 10 o'clock.
That's okay. We're doing good with time.
I know. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Good night.
Thank you all. And we'll go into executive session. And I just have to give my apologies. I know that when we did the DOT, I didn't introduce our chairs of our traffic and transportation, which is Ed and Stephen. So my apologies to you guys, but you will talk in committee reports. But let's go into executive session, everyone. As you know, with executive session, we open it up with the Pledge of Allegiance. So we'll do that. All right, everyone, you ready? I pledge of allegiance. The flag of the United States of America.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic to which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, members, I'd like to thank you for your patience this evening. I thank you all for the opportunity you gave the community to ask the questions that they needed to ask in regards to a issue of open streets, right? So again, thank you for your patience. So I'd like to first call for the adoption of our agenda. A motion? Ladies and gentlemen.
Motion that we
I move
adopt
to adopt the agenda.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And I just want to let everyone know, we do have a new link, and that's how you will be receiving your documents. We're not going to be using Google Drive anymore. We will be using a link that will be, it's not visible to everyone, but it'll be a link for board members to see our documents for the meeting. So hopefully no one had an issue with downloading the items. If you did, just let us know, email the office, so we can make sure you get the documents for this evening's meeting. So the first thing that we'll do, we'll bring up our committee chairs. We'll first start with our capital and expense budget chairs, Reverend Haran and Elba Buendia. Do you need me to bring up anything on the screen? Let me know.
Well, I don't think so. I think that everybody saw the, you know, everybody saw the budget and the expense and the capital budget and whatever was there to add.
And you should have it in your hand. You received the link, so you have it in your folder where you can download it and put it on your phone or your computer. So
exactly.
Okay.
So all we need is from the board members is to agree if you want to add it or whatever, and then we're gonna have, you know, it's a motion and okay, or adapt it or whatever you want to call it.
All right, so first we'll start with our Reverend Haran. You'll start with your piece.
Yes. So I'll begin
Renata,
with,
if we can, I'm sorry to interrupt, Reverend, but before we move ahead, we need to add the items that were brought up from the public and members of the board.
yes.
Then the board can adopt or, okay? So let me just go, if I can, give me a moment.
Let me just show this on the screen. Then, Ms. Reeves. There goes the changes here. Let me show this on the screen.
Can I ask for a subtraction or something?
Well, no, you know, these changes came from our public session. They're not going to be on that sheet.
Okay, so you want me to show the other one? Okay, let me bring up the other one.
It's not going to be on either sheet.
Okay, so let me.
All right, so Reverend Haran, do you have the additions
Yes, I
to
do.
what was requested?
Yes,
all
I
right,
do.
so please go ahead.
All right, first let me begin with the one that was moved from 28 to 16. I may have made a typo when I sent it to you, Mrs. Reed. Ms. Reed. It should have been 6.
So can you just repeat what that item is?
That was number 16 on the form now. MTA insured system-wide ADA compliance. It was number 28. It was moved to 16. It should have been number 6.
Okay.
So the correct place for that to be put is in place of number 6. Okay. Also, what was suggested? Yeah, that's under capital. Should have been 16. Now, what is now 16 should have been number 6. Also, what was suggested was that there should be MTA vending machines put in the community. That was one. The second one was lighting to 37th Avenue. I believe is at Broadway.
Yeah, 37th and Broadway.
37th and Broadway. 37th Avenue and Broadway.
To Broadway.
To Broadway.
To
Broadway.
Two. Okay, thank you.
73rd Street. 73rd Street.
73rd Street. And then we're going to reconfirm with DOT, the Roosevelt Avenue.
Right.
Okay. So where do we want to place those items, Reverend Haran?
I'm going to interject again, please.
Okay.
I don't think that we mentioned 90th Street Playground.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
The
Renovation to 90th.
rehabilitation, right, of 90th Street Playground. And I just want to comment on the first item, MTA vending machines. This is not a capital or expense item. However, it would be important if you can make your suggestions as to where these vending machines should be. This is something we can write directly to MTA to make that request.
So for
Richard.
so the MTA vending machine, MTA vending machines is not in our jurisdiction. So if the person suggested could write down the locations, put in the chat, write down the locations where they would like to see those machines placed, and that could be forwarded to the MTA.
Edmund has his hand up, Reverend
Yes.
Haran.
Yes, Edmund.
About the MTA vending machines, with the new fare system almost about to go full swing, I don't know how practical that is, because the new fare card is already being sold in a lot of the major drugstores now. And it's pretty much either fill. I understand you do need something in a community that has a lot of buses, but I don't know how to accomplish something like that in order to refill those cards, besides being in a train station or online. It's an interesting question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Renetta, if I may interject.
Yes.
I was going to type this in the chat, but it'd be a lot faster to say it. I was suggesting areas that doesn't have a lot of not so close to the subway, like for instance, like 94th and Astoria, 108th Street, in those areas, as well as some parts of North Corona. These are the areas that I had in mind.
So you would have to give specific streets that you would want. Okay.
Right. And
Yeah, I'll put in the chat.
But you can email that to the office, okay?
Yo.
All right. So that's, we can't really do anything that can just be emailed to MTA, and they will do with it what they will.
Yeah, they will have the last word, I think.
Say again, Elba.
I said they will probably have the last word on this thing where we would suggest, but I'm sure they're gonna put it whatever they think is gonna be okay for them.
Right. Right.
Not for us.
Okay, so we have the two suggestions: the lighting to 37th Avenue to Broadway on 73rd and 73rd Street. Where would we like that to be placed? Where would we as a board like to be placed? With what priority? Okay.
I request to put in priorities, please.
What number?
Where on the list? What number would you like that to be?
I leave it to the chair or chair. I leave it to our chair.
Where?
You look at the list, Mr. Chaudhry. Where do you think it should go?
Oh,
what about 9?
Or what suggestion do you have, chairs?
Maybe at number, because the number between just above number 11, because they're doing traffic studies. We're asking for traffic studies at those locations.
Maybe 9.
9 would be good.
Thank you.
Number 9. Okay.
Any conversation or thought about this?
Anyone on the board would like to discuss the placement of that, of the lighting?
What's Martha? Martha knows about it.
I have a question.
Martha Lamberton.
Fahad, we're talking about the capital and expenses. Is it related to that?
Okay, now 73rd Street, Mr. Mukeet has raised that one. That's my block. I've been staying there for such a long time. So that would be a great thing if you guys can, if you folks can do something for 7th and Broadway. They have been paying so much taxes. Have been taking great appreciation if the board can do something. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
I am Abdul Rahim Haro, the board member. I am also living that area, and my office also there. I'm running business there like more than 25 years. And I agree with Mr. Mokut Chaudhary and Fahad Salaman.
So we'll place that as number 9. As number 9. Thank you. The renovation of the 90th Street Playground. Where would where on the list we'd like to see that placed?
Marta, your parks chair, what do you think?
Are we putting it in capital?
We're in capital right now.
Okay. You want to put it in the top 12?
Do you think that that's where it should go?
Yeah, I think we should put it probably as number 12.
Number 12?
And then move the other ones down.
Okay.
Reverend, can I ask a question?
Yes. Yes, Ann.
Yeah, number 29.
Yes.
What playground is that? Like what street?
I
am not sure.
Can you read it?
29 is Northern Playground, which is 93rd and Northern, the one across from IS 227.
By the police station.
Yeah, by the police station where they hold National Night Out.
Okay, thank you.
And that one actually got some upgrade, but it could use more. But I think we should put the 90th one, which is the one behind CVS, we should put it higher up because I don't think that one has been addressed yet.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
So where we want to move?
So that the renovation of 90th Street Playground will now be the new 12. That means everything beneath that would move down. And the lighting at 37th to 37th Avenue will be placed at number 9. And so everything beneath that will move down.
I have one more thing.
Yes? Yes, Ed?
Number 25. Constructing a performing arts center above the Jackson Heights Post Office or any other space that becomes available. The post office, at least in our community, it's in Jackson Heights, is federally owned. So I can't really grasp how that could be done on that site. Elsewhere, of course, I would always say that's fine. Construct a performing arts center somewhere. Maybe not even in Jackson, in the district.
But sitting for two. Sitting for 300 people. Huh?
Well,
but Ed is saying since it's federally owned,
you know that we have the new center being built over by Corona, Lawrence with I'm sorry, Armstrong, Louis Armstrong. You know, and that's supposed to seat 300 to 400 people also. Supposed to be a pretty nice venue when it gets done.
Can't wait till it comes.
Me too.
Oh, the Louis Armstrong, you mean?
Definitely.
I believe what Ed is saying.
The Louis Armstrong House.
Louis Armstrong House, yeah.
So should we still keep that item or should we just leave it generic instead of putting it in the post office?
Well,
I think we should keep that.
If the federal government owns that property, it's a moot point in terms of us. I think that's what Ed is saying. We can't really we're not going to get permission to build anything above it.
Well,
Okay.
maybe not say the
So
post
the
office
question
in
is whether
general, we
we
can
need to keep.
performing arts space.
Right,
Another,
that's fine.
So we can leave it, you know,
Mhm.
for now.
I think
For now,
we
we
should
could
leave.
always.
Can I make a suggestion?
We can always
If it's federally owned and we can't do it, why would we request it? I think that would be ineptitude on our part at CP3 to ask for
well,
something we can't get that's a federal deal.
well, I guess they could still say a performing arts center, but not necessarily say the post
and
office.
change location.
Correct.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's good.
Because, there's nothing wrong with having another arts institution in the neighborhood.
Fran, we're quiet tonight.
Great. I
So
agree.
just a matter of not having the location. So we
Please, okay, Elba.
construct a performing arts center, and then
Sorry.
seating 300 people. Just take out above the Jackson Heights post office.
Correct.
Is that an agreement?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ah.
Okay. So the wording in that has been changed, taking out above the Jackson Heights post office. All right.
Ref, can I just ask another question?
No.
Are we
Oh,
saying available in Jackson Heights, or are we gonna say in the 3 areas?
Oh, okay.
That's also
No,
good.
we were saying in the district. I thought that's what Edmund said.
Right.
Or available in Jackson
The
Heights.
Performing Arts Center.
In CB3.
In the district. That's what Edmund had said. I mean, this changed.
I'm sorry to interject again, but the proposal is for a facility in Jackson Heights, unless the board wants to change it.
Of Jackson Heights.
So do we want to leave it as in Jackson Heights, or do we want to change it?
Yeah, we could leave the Jackson Heights, but not post office. Just Jackson Heights.
Oh, but wait a minute, 1 second. We have to bring that to a vote, I believe, with people's hands or something. And I like what Edmund said, which was bringing it to the district or our area. Jackson Heights is nice. East Elmhurst is nice. Corona, is nice. Somewhere in the district, I would be agreeing of that. I'm agreeing with Edmund on that.
Okay. So we would like to change the wording, correct? Now, everyone has to, I would like to know if everyone is in agreement with that.
Performing Arts Center in the district.
How does everyone else feel? Only 2 people spoke so far. I said something, Frank said something. What about everyone else?
Can I second
Yeah,
to
but I
that?
said something about taking the Jackson Heights out. I would say district too.
Me too.
I think before we make any indecision, we better make it for voting. Whoever, my suggestion.
We will get a
Mr.
chance
Stark,
to.
we need something to vote on before we vote.
We're supposed to vote in the entirety for everything. That's what we're supposed to do. Everything in one vote. That's
We
what
just
we're
want to
doing.
find out. So we want to find out what the majority of this board want to do, and then we'll get the proper wording, and then as a whole, we will vote on it with the changes. Okay. So what we want a performing arts center. Now, is it in Jackson Heights or is it in the district? Which one is it?
District.
In the district. Okay.
I support also Frank. I support also, as Frank says, the district is the best answer. District.
The district.
I'm the district too.
Okay.
District.
I'm a district too.
Okay, good. Thank you.
See hands
In the
up.
district.
District also. This is David.
Okay.
District is all right.
Thank you.
District as well.
All right.
This is Richard.
In the district. In the district. We're going with
In the district, Hamlet.
In the district.
Okay. In the district. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Frank. And thank you, the board, for our clarification. Okay, is there anything else that we want to see, that we want to add or discuss? All right. Before we make the motion to vote on our capital budget, going to go over the changes. Number 16, the MTA will be number 6, will be moved to number 6, which was originally what was originally voted upon. So that'll become number 6.
Number 6.
We are moving the lighting to 37. We're adding the lighting to 37th Street, and that's going to be number 9.
Oh, 37th Street.
Also, the renovation.
37th Avenue to Broadway.
37th Avenue. 37th Avenue.
No,
Avenue.
73rd Street.
Thank you.
Lighting of
37 Road and Broadway. 37 Road and Broadway, not Avenue. 37 Road.
Come on.
Wait.
No.
Which one is it?
No. 37th Avenue towards Broadway, 73rd Street lighting. We need 73rd Street lighting.
Okay.
Okay. Let's get. So we want
Let's get it
lighting
together.
lighting to 37th Avenue. Now, is it towards Broadway?
Yes, 73rd Street lighting from 37th Avenue up to Broadway.
Okay, so the lighting is on 73rd Street.
Yes.
Between
Lighting on
Broadway and 37th Avenue.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me clarify that one? Sorry to interrupt. This is Fahad Suleiman. Sorry, with permission of the board president, I'd like to clarify with Mr. Muki Chaudhary. Mr. Muki Chaudhary, are you talking about the 37th Avenue is not there? 37th Avenue is somewhere. Is it going to be 2-3 blocks or it's going to be 1 block?
37th Avenue.
No, 37th Avenue is somewhere far. It's 37 Road. That's the road you're talking about where the TD Bank and everything is there? That's the road you're talking about?
No. We want lighting on 73rd Street. Lighting
okay, but is it going to be 2-3 blocks or 1 block?
No, 1 block. One road.
1 block should be 37 Road. I know what you're meaning, but that's 37 Road. Then the confusion will vary. It's 37 Road you're talking about. Between Broadway and 37 Road you're talking about, am I right? 37th Street.
No, listen, Fahad Suleiman. Okay, this is on 73rd Street, on 73rd Street between 37th Avenue and Broadway.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Clear. Now clear. Okay, gotcha.
Broadway and on 73rd Street. On 73rd Street.
Exactly.
73rd Street.
Yeah, 73rd Street between 37th Avenue and Broadway.
No,
Okay.
so you can't leave. Everyone has to be here to vote. Sorry. All right, come on. We have to come on, everyone. Let's Reverend Haran, are you almost done? Because we need everyone here to vote. No one can leave there. Everyone has to vote. So come on.
This is what we have. Lighting on 73rd Street between 37th Avenue and Broadway. Is that it?
Exactly. Yes.
Thank you.
Item number 9.
And that's item number 9. Okay. I now make a motion that we adopt or we accept our capital budget with the changes and with the additions. I make that motion. Will somebody second?
I second it.
Okay.
Thank you, Frank.
Call for the
All in
question.
favor?
No.
Ed.
Now it's
We'll do roll call.
Yeah, sorry, the roll call, Mark.
All right. So we took attendance quite a while ago. So I'm going to go through the people that were present at the time, and then I'll go through in case there were people that are currently here that were not there at that point. So the motion is to approve the capital and expense budget.
Just the capital right now.
Oh, we have to do them separate? Okay.
Yes.
All right, so the motion is to approve the capital recommendations with the changes that have been discussed here this evening, correct?
Correct.
All right, so yes vote is to approve the recommendations. No vote is to disapprove. Anne Brown.
Yes.
Elba Bundia.
Yes.
Mark Burmaster, I'm a yes. Vicky Chan.
Yes.
Mr. Chowdhury.
Yes.
Shiv Das.
Not here.
Okay. Michael De Valera.
Yes.
Vivian Dock.
Yes.
Margaret Dozier. Renetta English.
Margaret, do you want to type your response in the chat? Or are you having a problem? I'm a yes.
Hear me?
Okay,
You
good.
can't hear me now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Margaret. Mr. Gandhi.
He dropped off.
Okay. Mr. Gideon.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Gideon. Peter Haran.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Halliday.
Yes.
I'm getting some feedback. Can everyone mute themselves if you're not voting? Edward Kiernan.
Yes.
Stephen Kalanick.
Lorinda
Martha.
Hooks is a yes.
Okay, thank you, Lorinda. Stephen Kalanick. Marta Lebreton.
Yes.
Lisa Masulam.
Yes.
Richard Mullings.
Yes.
Laverne Nimmons.
Yes.
Nuala O'Doherty. Megan Rockwell.
Okay, move on, Megan.
Megan
Yeah.
Rockwell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
Nuala?
it's Nula. Sorry, no.
Okay. Thank you, Nuala. Again, I'll go through for the people that weren't present at the time, but so afterwards. Leonicio Romero.
Yes.
Okay. Tammy Rose. Edmund Rosenbaum.
Yes.
David Rosero.
Yes.
Don Siff.
I think she had to leave.
Jimmy Smith.
He was here, but I just think he left.
Okay. Mr. Solomon, I saw you were here. What's your vote?
Yes.
Frank Taylor.
Yes.
Arthur, okay, thank you, Frank. Arthur Tyler.
Oh, I saw Arthur on earlier. I guess he had to drop.
Okay. Hamlet Wallace.
Yes.
Toy Washington Simon.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I missed Chanel Thomas Henry.
I saw her
Okay.
on earlier. She may have to drop.
Okay. Okay. Are there people, board members here now that I did not call?
You forgot Sonia Davis Roberts. Now, who could forget
Marlene
Sonia Davis?
Tapper.
All right. Sonia Davis Roberts, what's your vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Marlene Tapper, yes.
Marlene Tapper is a yes. Okay, thank you, Marlene. Any other board members present that I didn't call? Okay, so then with 27 yay votes and 1 nay vote, the motion carries.
Thank you. Elba, so we'll try to get through yours quicker. Elba Buendia.
Okay, so I'm sorry, was that the capital or the expense budget?
Capital.
Okay.
Now suspense. Okay.
Okay.
Let's together revise this and see what you want to add, or just leave it the way it is. Are we all revising and checking?
Did anyone suggest any new items, Elba?
I just asked, no, nobody did.
Okay, let me interject again, please. Sorry. There was one item that was added to the expense budget, expand funding, curbside, expand funding for curbside composting.
True,
Oh.
Megan.
You're absolutely right.
You're right. Yeah, Megan. And I think she typed it in the chat, maybe.
For cups, yeah. Okay. Now, where should we put that? She said she wanted to give it a priority.
Yeah, I think she had given a number.
Because other places have it.
No, I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't give a particular number. I just think it's important to raise
Okay.
that it's on our radar, given that it just came back to the city, but not to our district.
So what number do you suggest?
I don't have a preference, honestly.
Okay, between Reverend Haran and Elba, do you have a suggestion?
Mm-hmm. 14 perhaps, because we have we have moved up 13, so 14.
Yeah, I support that.
Anybody agree 14?
I do.
14
I was looking at that one too.
14 is fine. 14 is fine.
Was that the one item? Did you name another correction, Megan, or that was for the capital, I think?
No, that was the only thing.
14.
All right, you can call for the question, Elba.
We could use that on the springtime. Next year, probably. Okay. Anything else? If not, can I call for a motion on this to be approved or adapted?
Approved. A second?
Okay, so Mark,
Do we have a second?
do we have a
I'll
second
second.
on this?
Second.
Okay, Reverend Haran. Mark,
I will second.
Mark, it's all yours.
Okay, wonderful. So the motion is to approve the expense budget recommendations as presented and discussed this evening. The yes vote is to approve.
with one change, yeah.
Comment session is over.
All right, so Ann Brown.
Can I make a comment? We have two items, 13 and 24 is the same thing.
Can you, all right. We can make that correction.
Okay, so number 13 and number, yeah. It was supposed to move to 13, which it did.
So we have to remove number 24.
Right.
That was a duplicate. Okay,
Yeah.
thank
Yeah,
Okay.
because well, it was 18 and we moved it up to 13.
Yeah, it was moved to
And I guess
13,
the
but it's
other
still
one did not.
double.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay, we'll make that correction.
Okay.
absolutely.
So the motion is to approve with the changes and corrections discussed this evening. yes vote is to approve. Anne Brown,
Yes.
Elba Bundia,
Yes.
Mark Burmaster, I'm a yes. Vicky Chan,
Yes.
Mr. Chowdhury,
Yes.
Sonia Davis Roberts,
Yes.
Michael De Valera,
Yes.
Vivian Dock,
Yes.
Margaret Dozier,
Oh, wait. Yes.
all right, thank you. Renetta English,
Yes.
Mr. Gideon,
Yes.
Peter Huron,
Yes.
Lorinda Hooks,
Yes.
Mr. Hallader.
My vote?
Yes.
Yeah, he got your vote, I think.
Yeah, I got you, Lorinda. Thank you. Edward Kiernan,
Yes.
Marta Leverton, Marta,
Yes.
thank you. Lisa Misulam,
Yes. Yes.
right, thank you, Lisa. Richard Mullings,
Yes.
Laverne Nimmons,
Yes.
Nuala O'Doherty, Nuala, Megan Rockwell,
Yes.
Mr. Romero,
Yes.
Edmund Rosenbaum,
Yes.
David Rosero,
Yes. Yes.
I got you, thank you. Mr. Suleiman,
Yes.
Arlene Tapper, Frank Taylor,
Yes.
Sorry, I was having problems with my phone.
okay, Marlene, thank
Yes.
you. Hamlet Wallace,
Yes.
Toy Washington Simon.
Yes.
Wonderful. So with a vote of 28 yeas, 0 nays, the motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, our co-chairs, Elba Buendia and Reverend Peter Huron, and Ms. Reed. Thank you all so much. Biz Echo, let's see how
Okay.
quick we can get through this, Edmund Rosenbaum.
I can go very speedy with this. First application is Legends Tavern JH Corp., 7104 35th Avenue in Jackson Heights. Application for full liquor. Motion is committee recommends approval of an application for an on-premises full liquor license for this applicant, provided the stipulation has been signed stating the hours of operation will be 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. from Sunday to Thursday, and 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. from Friday to Sunday. Alcohol service will end 1 hour prior to closing on a daily basis. Stipulation has been received. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? We give it 15 seconds if no one has discussion. Okay, we call the question.
Okay. So don't know exactly how to put this into words, but the motion is to recommend a liquor license for Legends? Approve. Okay, approve the. I'm sorry, say that again, Edmund.
To recommend approval.
The committee recommends.
Recommend approval for the liquor license for Legends. So yes vote is to approve. Anne Brown,
Yes.
Elba Bundia,
Yes.
Mark Burmaster, I'm a yes. Vicky Chan,
Yes.
Mr. Chowdhury,
No.
Sonia Davis Roberts,
No.
Michael De Valera,
No.
Vivian Dock,
Yes.
Margaret Dozier,
Yes.
Renetta English,
Yes.
Mr. Gideon,
Yes.
Peter Haran,
No.
Lorinda Hooks,
Yes.
Mr. Howletter,
No.
Edward Kiernan,
Yes.
Marta Leberton,
No.
Lisa Masulam,
Yes. Yes.
Richard Mullings,
No.
Laverne Nimmons,
Yes.
Nuala O'Doherty,
Yes.
Megan Rockwell,
Yes.
Mr. Romero,
Yes.
Edmund Rosenbaum,
No.
David Rosero.
No.
I'm sorry, I did not hear your vote, David
David,
Rosero.
can you say it again? Mr. Fahad, put your phone on mute. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
David,
I hear you well. Some is the noise background. It is not here. Somewhere else.
I know it's
I-
not you, David. We couldn't hear you. So can you say what your vote is, please?
I said no 3 times.
Okay,
Okay,
now we
thank
got
you.
to hear you. Thank you.
Fahad Suleiman.
Yeah, no.
No, okay. Marlene Tapper,
Yes.
Frank Taylor,
I'm trying. Oh, no.
Hamlet Wallace,
No.
Toy Washington Simon.
Yes.
Okay, so with a vote of 17 yays, 12 nays, the motion carries.
Okay, next application, King Food Group LLC, 8114 Northern Boulevard in Jackson Heights, application for full liquor license. Motion is, committee recommends approval of an application for an on-premises full liquor license for this applicant, provided a stipulation has been signed stating the hours of operation will be Monday to Wednesday from 4 p.m. to 2 a.m., Thursday to Saturday from 4 p.m. to 4 a.m., and Sunday from 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. There will be 2 security guards present, Thursday to Saturday, 4 to 4. Alcohol service will end 1 hour prior to closing daily. Full menu served at all times Sunday to Wednesday and until 11 p.m. Thursday to Saturday, at which time the bar menu will continue until 4 a.m. Accordion doors will be closed at sunset, and there'll be live music on weekends and no dancing. The basement will only be used for storage. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Ann. Is there any discussion? You need to get a timer. Okay, seeing no discussion, we can call the question.
Okay, so the motion is to approve a liquor license for King Food Group LLC.
And Mark, it's the application, not necessarily look at the application itself. Yeah.
Thank
Okay, go
you.
ahead. Mhm.
All right, so Renetta, help me out. It's to approve the liquor license application.
Yeah, to approve the application, yes. Mhm.
Approve the application. Okay, for King Food Group LLC. All right, so yes vote is to approve. Ann Brown,
Yes.
Alba Bundia,
Yes.
Mark Burmaster, I'm a yes. Vicky Chan,
No.
Mr. Chowdhury,
No.
Sonia Davis Roberts,
No.
Michael De Valera,
No.
Vivian Dock,
Yes.
Margaret Dozier,
Yes.
Renetta English,
Yes.
Mr. Gideon,
Yes.
Peter Haran,
No.
Lorinda Hooks,
Yes.
Mr. Hallader,
No.
Edward Kiernan,
Yes.
Marta Leberton,
No.
Lisa Masulim,
Yes.
Richard Mullings,
Yes.
Laverne Nimmons,
Yes.
Nuala O'Doherty,
Yes.
Megan Rockwell,
Yes.
Mr. Romero,
Yes.
Edmund Rosenbaum,
No.
David Rosero,
No.
Mr. Soleiman, Fahad Soleiman,
Yes. No.
okay,
No.
Marlene Tapper,
Yes.
Frank Taylor,
No.
Hamlet Wallace,
Yes.
Toy Washington Simon.
Yes.
All right, so with a vote of 18 yeas, 11 nays, the motion carries.
Okay, next application is Mr. Congrejo Corp., 8317 Northern Boulevard in Jackson Heights, application for a full liquor license. Motion is, committee recommends approval of an application for an on-premises full liquor license for this applicant, provided a stipulation has been signed stating the hours of operation will be 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. on a daily basis, and the kitchen will be open at all times. And the stipulation has been received. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Okay, we can call the question.
Okay, so the motion is to approve the application from Mr. Congrejo. And so yes vote is to approve. Ann Brown,
Yes.
Alba Bondi,
Yes.
Mark Burmaster, I'm a yes. Vicky Chan,
No.
Mr. Chowdhury,
No.
Sonia Davis Roberts,
Yes.
Michael De Valera,
Yes.
Vivian Dock,
Yes.
Margaret Dozier,
Yes.
Renetta English,
Yes.
Mr. Gideon,
Yes.
Peter Haran,
No.
Lorinda Hooks,
Yes.
thank you. Mr. Hallader,
No.
Edward Kiernan,
Yes.
Marta Leberton,
No.
Lisa Masulim,
Yes. Yes.
thank you. Richard Mullings,
Yes.
Laverne Nimmons,
Yes.
Nuala O'Doherty,
Yes.
Megan Rockwell,
Yes.
Mr. Romero,
Yes.
Edmund Rosenbaum,
Yes.
David Rosero,
Yes.
Fahad Soleiman,
No.
Marlene Tapper,
Yes.
Frank Taylor,
Yes.
Hamlet Wallace,
Yes.
Toy Washington Simon.
Yes.
Okay, a vote of 23 yeas, 6 nays, the motion carries.
Okay, next application, Mariscos El Submarino Corp., 8805 Roosevelt Avenue, Jackson Heights, application for full liquor license. Motion is committee recommends approval of an application for on-premises full liquor license for this applicant, provided a stipulation has been signed stating the hours of operation will be 12 noon to 10 p.m. on a daily basis, and the kitchen will be open at all times. It has been received. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I heard 2 people, okay. Okay, is there any discussion?
Nope.
Okay, call the question.
Okay, the motion is to approve the application from Mariscos El Submarino. The yes vote is to approve. Ann Brown,
Yes.
Alba Bundia,
Yes.
Mark Burmaster, I'm a yes. Vicky Chan,
Yes.
Mr. Chowdhury,
No.
Sonia Davis Roberts,
Yes.
Michael De Valera, Michael De Valera,
Yes.
Vivian Dock,
Yes.
Margaret Dozier,
Yes.
Renetta English,
Yes.
Mr. Gideon,
Yes.
Peter Haran,
No.
Lorinda Hooks,
Yes.
Mr. Hallader,
No.
Edward Kiernan,
Yes.
Marta Lebreton,
No.
Lisa Masulam,
Yes.
Richard Mullings,
Yes.
Laverne Nimmons,
Yes.
Nuala O'Doherty,
Yes.
Megan Rockwell,
Yes.
Mr. Romero,
Yes.
Edmund Rosenbaum,
Yes.
David Rosero,
Yes.
Fahad Suleiman,
No.
Marlene Tapper,
Yes.
Frank Taylor,
Yes.
Hamlet Wallace,
Yes.
Toy Washington Simon.
Yes.
Okay, a vote of 24 yeas and 5 nays. The motion carries.
Okay, I'm just gonna read what the next application is, then I'm gonna explain something. Next application is Pitchy's Bar Restaurant Corp., doing business as Calypso Bar Restaurant, 8015 Northern Boulevard in Jackson Heights, an application for full liquor. Okay. We're going to table this because we did not receive a stipulation at no fault of the owner. She has been unable to get in touch with her representative. At least in my opinion, I would believe everyone, we should not penalize the applicant for this problem. And it's in her best interest that we table it. In her best interest and in our best interest in having a fair vote and a fair hearing. So we're going to table this to November. Moving on
Okay.
to the next and last, Kali Ahi Kon Sabor Restaurant Corp., 9815 Astoria Boulevard in East Elmhurst, wine, beer, and cider application. Committee recommends approval of an application for an on-premise wine and beer license for this applicant, provided a stipulation has been signed stating the hours of operation will be 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. on a daily basis, and the kitchen will be open at all times. This was received. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Nope.
Okay, call the question.
Okay, so the motion is to approve the application from Kali Ahi Con Sabor, and yes vote is to approve. Anne Brown,
Yes.
Elba Bundia,
Yes.
Mark Burmaster, I am a yes. Vicky Chan,
Yes.
Mr. Chowdhury,
No.
Sonia Davis Roberts,
Yes.
Michael De Valera,
Yes.
Vivian Dock,
Yes.
Margaret Dozier,
Yes.
Renetta English,
Yes.
Mr. Gideon,
Yes.
Peter Haran, Peter Haran, Lorinda Hooks.
Yes.
Peter Heron is the yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hallader,
No.
Edward Kiernan,
Yes.
Marta Lebreton,
No.
Lisa Masulam,
Yes.
Richard Mullings,
No.
Laverne Nimmons,
Yes.
Nuala O'Doherty,
Yes.
Megan Rockwell,
Yes.
Mr. Romero, Mr. Romero, Edmund Rosenbaum,
Yes.
David Rosero,
Yes.
Fahad Suleiman, Fahad Suleiman,
No.
Arlene Tapper,
Yes.
Frank Taylor,
Yes.
Hamlet Wallace,
Yes.
Toy Washington Simon.
Yes.
Okay, a vote of 23 yeas and 5 nays, the motion carries.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Mark, for doing a phenomenal job. Thank you for stepping in for Kevin. So as
Some good food
all
today.
right, great job. So I just want to just highlights from my view from the chair. As you know, we're in the month of October. We recognize our cultural diversity, the importance of our yearly mammograms, and World Mental Health Day. As you know, it's been a tough time during COVID-19, but we've had the opportunity to meet with one another at some of our yearly community events, like our annual Diwali celebration, sponsored by the Jackson Heights Merchants Association, the Halloween parade, and soon we'll have the annual Soapbox Derby in Amherst. So please, please, please attend these events, right? Safety, wearing your masks. Our involvement and support of the community does not go unnoticed, and it has made an impact. I would like to thank the Jackson Heights Merchants Association for recognizing the hard work done by CB3, our members, Ms. Reed, and the staff. So they did award us an award at Diwali. So some highlights of things that we worked on this month, and I know Ms. Reed will touch on it when she gives her report. Community Board 3, the Borough President's Office, Senator Ramos, and New York City agencies. We met with the residents that have been impacted by Hurricane Ida at Vaughn College. It was well attended. We attended Diwali 2021, and also we had the opportunity to attend the grand opening of a Korea Taekwondo Center that's in Corona on Northern Boulevard, and they welcomed the community board. On October 28th, you all will be receiving an email, 115th Precinct, along with the community board and a number of other partners. We're participating in Trunk or Treat. It's located on 24th Avenue between 86th Street and 88th Street from 5 p.m. Who's that? Okay, from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. You will get the flyer and it is in your folder. And finally, you'll hear about it next week, the Education and Youth meeting. We will do our 2021 Community Gift Giving Project, and we will be reaching out to the partners from last year. So again, as we had many cultural events, it's Breast Cancer Month, National American Indian Heritage Month, Columbus Day, Indigenous Peoples Day, Italian American Heritage Month. It was World Teachers Day. Happy Halloween, happy International Girls Day, Hispanic Heritage Month, and then October 10th was World Mental Health Day. So again, board members, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your participation. I look forward to seeing you next week. If you participate, and hopefully you will come out with your blue and white shirt for trunk or treat on October 28th. So again, thank you. Ms. Reed? Ms. Reed?
Yes, good evening, everyone. I want to also thank you again for participating in this forum, particularly the public information session that we had with DOT. It was the first time that this board had an opportunity to have our residents participate in the discussion. So I'm very pleased with the outcome. As you know, we are working very hard for our office. October through December are our busiest months, primarily because of budget consultations. The budget process doesn't end at this meeting. It continues in that now a district need statement developed that eventually goes to all of our elected officials, city council, city planning. So we are probably have only covered 1/4 of the process. In regard to the event that is being hosted by the 115 precinct, members of the board and the community are invited to participate. One option that is available is you can decorate your cars in Halloween decor. And they have like a little mini parade. So reach out to the 115 precinct and they can give you more details about it. Lastly, I want to congratulate Miss Renetta English. Contrary to what she said, Miss English was honored for her hard work and dedication. And she was recognized by the Merchants Association, the 74th Street Merchants Association. My congratulations to her for a job very well done. And with that, thank you for the evening. Oh yes, please, let's give her a round of applause. Yes, thank you.
Go, girl.
Go ahead.
I conclude my report.
No, but what about the Hurricane
Oh,
Ida?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was trying to make it brief because of the hour. However, just briefly, on October the 4th, Community Board 3 jointly met with the residents impacted by flooding. Homes that were located north of Astoria Boulevard. I'm pleased to report that DEP urgently responded to the residents' needs. They are, as we speak, constructing sewer lines and connecting these homes, which are located between 24th Avenue and Astoria and 24th Avenue. Many of these homes never were directly connected to the sewer system. And so what would happen is water, if it was a consecutive days of rain, water would accumulate at the rear of these homes, which is the community driveways, and also the basement would also be flooded. The Storm Ida made significant damage to all of these homes. And as you know, fortunately, not in our district, other people did lose their lives. So this is something that the city needs to look at in improving its infrastructure. In our district, our sewer lines, many of them are over 100 years old and more. So this is one of our top priorities, and we'll continue to advocate for that. So we will keep you posted on the progress of these projects and more. Thank you.
Thank you. I call for adoption of our September 23, 2021 monthly meeting minutes. Hello?
Second.
All in favor?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Aye.
All right, so committee reports. I know it's a late hour, but we want to give the respect due to our committees that have met. Health and Social Services, Vivian.
Good evening, everyone. On October 6th, a briefing was held with Amanda Nasser, Queens Director of Homeless Services, about new homeless shelter coming to 11216 Astoria Boulevard, East Elmhurst, scheduled to open January 2022. This location was originally intended to be a hotel to service LaGuardia Airport. This facility is next door to a new junior high public school scheduled to open 2022. It will house 140 units. Head count yet to be determined. Social guards, security guards, 50, will offer outreach services programming, case management, employment, job training, and health services. An advisory board of community leaders will be set up. At last community board meeting, September 23rd, a motion to send letter to our elected officials regarding our major concerns, having a permanent homeless shelter next to a new junior high school, was passed. Next Health and Social Service meeting will be held Tuesday, October 26th at 6:30 p.m. The agenda will be planning Community Board 3's annual Leon Von Holden Memorial Healthcare Expo 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. Thank you, Toy. Traffic and Transportation.
Hi. Most of us is covered in the report, but as you know, we met with DOT earlier this week. We'll be discussing that more in the future. We also discussed the Q66 bus stop removals, and we're expecting a response to the letter that we sent, and news on the stops at 92nd and 80th Street. And also, the DOT notified us that the restaurants in Diversity Plaza would be removing their dining structures, and if they don't, then DOT will remove them themselves, because we all know it's been a big mess. So that's it.
Thank you, and thank you for your hard work, Ed. QSOB.
Hi, everyone. So I'm the Community Board 3 representative of QSWAB, which is the Queens Solid Waste Advisory Board. It was reconstituted earlier this year, and I was sworn in April. So most of the meetings that have been happening since April have primarily been organizational in nature, like establishing bylaws and setting up committees and appointing the executive committee. However, a couple of months ago, a representative from DSNY did come to discuss curbside composting coming back to the city and coming to Queens. However, CB3 is not one of the districts that has curbside composting made available to it in the rollout again. So I'm going to drop the links in the chat, and you're urged to go to the website and indicate your interest in curbside composting, as well as tell your neighbors, because when we reach some unspecified level of interest, they'll potentially be more interested in bringing curbside composting to the area. There's also information on the page about how to contact DSNY about getting other composting drop-off sites in your neighborhood if you're interested, and also working with them to bring it to other locations. So I'll put that in the chat. And I'll keep you all posted as we continue to have more meetings and get going more, essentially. And if you have any specific concerns or interests relevant to QSWAB, please let me know. There's also a state of waste report in there and the website, so you can see what sort of things QSWAB covers, which is mostly recycling, environmental justice, advocacy, things like that. So thanks.
Thank you, Megan. So Cuban, and then followed by Takoya. I think I saw her here. Cuban, you want to say something?
Hi, I know it's kind of late. Good evening. So I don't want to take up too much time. Just, in the chat briefly mention about council members work with mayor to allocate funding for new Jackson Heights Community Center. This is going to provide free after-school care and program to the children in Jackson Heights and surrounding neighborhoods. So I think it's going to be a great asset for the community. And we are very proudly that it's gonna finally happen in Jackson Heights. And also our community legal clinic is still available by appointments. So if you need service, please contact us at council.nyc.gov or 718-803-6373. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Cuban. Takoya, you have something?
Hi, yes. Thank you so much. And Renetta, I did want to say to you, congratulations, because you do a lot for the community. And thank you for all your assistance. Also, this Tuesday, we distribute health bucks at Hearst Hospital for a green market to buy fresh food, and we will have more throughout the district before the season ends. The council member also put in $12 million in the capital to bring resources for our parks, which is why we have the parks truck at Parks of Americas for all our parks in our district, and we're in conversation to assist at Hinton Park, as well as the council member also introduced Bill 2397 that was signed into law by the mayor to incentivize hotels to reopen and recall their workers or pay surveillance. Also, he introduced Bill 2006 for shelter security guards and workers to receive prevailing wages and training. Also, we are going to be having cleanup events this weekend. Tomorrow, we actually are going to start at PS 127, the Helen Marshall Playground, with parks and also students from the school to do a Students Love the Park cleanup with raking and planting daffodils in the park. And then we will have one on Saturday in Corona with sanitations and also members of the community. And as of course, always, I'll put my information in the chat. Feel free to reach out to me with my number and email if you have any questions or need any assistance. You guys have a great evening.
Thank you so much, Takoya. Lisa, I see that you're on, but I didn't know if the borough president's representative is here today. I don't think. All right. So is there anyone I missed? All right. So again, I thank you all. I call for a motion to adjourn our meeting at 11:17 p.m.
I second that.
Oh,
I second it first.
Oh, yes, Lisa. So we have our meeting next week, so everyone will see that too.
The 26th.
Correct.
The 26th, that's Tuesday.
All right, so
Yeah.
this is a
And
motion.
congratulations. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations, girl.
Well deserved.
Love you, girl.
All right.
Well deserved.
All right, good night.
And good job, Mark.
Oh,
Good
thank
night.
you. Bye, everyone.